It's LV Europa. Whatever you do, make sure you do it in the toughest environment. Mac double. That's the only way we grow. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. Who the toughest, who the strongest, who the smartest? Hitting the stage, PowerPoint, and I'm going through papers regardless. Listen up, got a point to prove, but I'm moving on, cause you niggas retarded. Toughest environment, only up make you a target. You don't want that smoke, shit you body last week, run down on the whole Christina class with the pop. Oh my gosh, I think you the GOAT, no rigmarole. Still take total control, just put my shit at the top of the pole. For toughest environment. Listen, just get it, I'm still about to bend it. I work every minute and maybe I'm on with Chris and his thoughts. And I thought you should know that this ain't a scrimmage. And I'm shaping you right, molding you tight to be in the image of toughest environment. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment. I'm sure we can work this out, just get in the ring. You better be Zion Lexa, this vessel, divine prospect when he doing this thing. Or Captain Tazari, out there, cross that line, I get away clean. Or Ali Muhammad, so valid, still got me up on my ding. All of it brought together because of the studio. Stop acting like y'all could have been doing that cause you didn't do it though. And I watch them lions get ran out of the den and shit'll get crucial. Who you know take the whole damn stage and turn that shit to a musical. Stay in your cubicle. The environment's tough, don't wire me up, I'm calling your bluff. I'm running it back and I'm running it back like it's never enough. Got them diamonds in the rough, and we can't get to every treasure, but you gotta help me dig it up. But to me it's like whatever. Yo, roll call for them tough niggas who act inspiring. You can't hit the stage with my vets if you don't meet requirements. Heard you did all that work from the fifth to the first when I birthed your retirement. You hanging it up and it's still not enough in the toughest environment. Toughest environment, niggas will spit till they vomiting. Toughest environment, niggas will bring the piranhas in. Toughest environment, better be talking to scholarship. Toughest environment.
We are the babies of Sarnetta. We are emulating the greatness of Sarnetta, the HOK, the House of Consciousness, and the trailblazing work by the one and only Sarnetta. And I told Sarnetta, because we your babies, Sarnetta, because we your goddamn babies, we gonna be successful, bruh.
Peace. Shout out to KOT. Shout out to Afro Nation Records. Shout out to the chat. Peace. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom. All the greetings of love and light to the darkest minds of the light. I haven't said that for a while. I know you guys probably missed me saying it. I'm on Sarnetta Studios and the Rise channel. Reality is simulated existence, but I will be ending the show, privating the stream on Sarnetta Studios. So come on over to Peter Piper Pizza. Who remembers that commercial? Nobody? I don't know. But it says, come on over to the HOK Coliseum. Peace to my sister, the Ifa Priestess, DJ Genesis. Don't forget to subscribe to DJ Genesis. DJ Genesis, is it Alchemizing Energy, or you went back to DJ Genesis channel? What's up with your channel? You remember that commercial, Johnny? Come on over to Peter Piper Pizza. You're muted, Genesis. Where are you? Oh, man.
I'm here. You know, I'm door dashing right now. So
I know she's a dasher. So what's up? How are you? Say hi to the people.
Say it again.
Say hello. Damn.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm a little bit distracted because I'm getting I'm making it happen.
yesterday people were like, well, no, not people. People enjoyed the show yesterday. A lot of people, I was gonna say people were like, but they enjoyed the show. Shout out to Reverend Whoop Ass. I talked to that. He doesn't like being called an elder. I don't blame him. I talked to that gentleman today, and he said, "Don't cry for me, Argentina. The truth is I never left you." Those who know.
Well,
Yes.
they're from that. They're from
Evita.
what's that? Baba Yashabai and them. They've talked to some of the most extreme critics. They was around when this stuff was really hitting. You know what I'm saying, in the '60s when people were really doing it. So
Yeah,
I don't think
doing night fights over this stuff, right? It wasn't just the internet, right?
they was getting into fist fight. They was really. This was like the civil rights movement. You understand what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah, there's my brother.
they were there. They were marching and all that stuff, with dogs and stuff being sicked on them and all kind of stuff. So
I know, right? And I want to say this too. Shout out to Selah Shalom. I saw you in the chat when I brought up Phil Donahue. You said he got his nose broken. Yes, exactly. It was the real. You say something. Remember, it wasn't. Phil Donahue didn't get his nose broken though. It was Geraldo. So yes, shout out to the journalists that used to challenge and talk show hosts that get it in with the guests. Remember, Oprah was bringing in the K triple.
Yep.
K to the third power.
Right.
So, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to talk to my sister because we like to get it in too. As even though we're Geminis and we are friends, we get in here. We do a little sparring. Shout out to Asarium Ka because he's a boxing professional, a boxing champ. But Genesis and I spar. But before I thought about it, I really want to hear about Ifa, and I want you to relate it to paganism or not, because this is part 2. We don't have Reverend Whoop-Ass in here today. By the way, he's doing his performance. He is a singer. He does he covers James Brown songs. So he's performing tonight, but he will be back. However, I digress. Let me get back to this, what I was saying about you, Genesis. I want you to continue the conversation we had about Ifa, if it's a religion, if it's paganism, and just explain to us what it is. Please.
So Ifa is not paganism. It is actually African spirituality. And it was pretty much, it's not just a spirituality, but it's an actual system. And it's a mathematical system that practitioners use to be able to diagnose problems, whether it be community problems, etc. And so, like, for instance, now there's 2026, they have this thing, the letter of the year. And every year, the Babalawos, which are the Ifa priests, the diviners, come together and they give the prediction for the year, And there's a whole group of them, and they have one for each. They have one for the U.S. They have one for Cuba. They have one for different areas, So it is it's not just a religion or whatever. It is basically a mathematical form of divination, a mathematical system of divination. And what they do is that they're able to basically predict certain things based on whatever that formula is in the patakeys and stories that line up with the actual number that comes out. So it's almost like a search engine. Like you would type something into a search engine and the result comes out. That's pretty much how the divination is actually done in that case. So So the Ifa is not a god. It isn't a Risha. It is basically the information. It is like the word. Like the Bible is the word, you know. Ifa is the word of Isheshe. So
Right.
Ifa is not a religion. It is the actual literal corpus. It says the word, you know. So and a Babalawo is a priest who is able to interpret the word based on the certain divination practices. And Olorishans are also able to divine and and get the basically get the Odu, which is like the actual word, the actual the what are they called? The verses. And based on a certain number, again, you would use cowrie shells. You can use cowrie shells. You could use coconuts. You know, the coconut divination is called. Well, it's also called Obiobata divination, and that is like you know, a yes or no answer. But you can also get an Odu from it if you know how to do it right. And there's different levels of you know, they have the 16 calories. You could, you know, you have the bottom line is you have 16 major Odu. You have 16 major Odu, and you have sorry.
No, it is not like Buddhism, Johnny P. Pidarosa. Is it Pidarosa? But hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. And don't forget to subscribe on the on my Rice channel as well. If you're not over there, I see new faces, so I always have to say, "Peace, Caleb. Where have you been?" No, I know where you've been. It's good to see you. Welcome,
Can you hear
welcome
me?
home. Yes, I hear you, but so let me just, since you just went out for a second, y'all hit that like button. This is about to be very good. No matter how many people are in here, you're supposed to be here. We
So
love you.
what part
I
did I leave off at?
Everything you said about it being a divination system, and and that it's not paganism. Well, I want to ask you before I get into the paganism part. Let me let my brother Asar Kai in. Let me make sure it's you, Asar. Turn on you're not connected yet. I don't see you. See, it's still trying to connect. Hey, hi there. How are
Hello,
you? I was
lady.
about to ask, but let you in. How have you been?
Good. How you doing?
I was laughing at you. I was laughing at you popping up like Candyman on the last stream that Sun Hitter had. That was so funny. That was so funny. Shout out to Cedric, but that'll be a good debate.
He
He
been
has
running
on
for
some
me.
see, he's like Hussein Bolt with me as well. But lately, I just let him run. After he just kept running, I said, just go on and run. I just
Keep
stopped chasing.
running.
Keep running. That's my Gap Band song, right? That's the Gap Band.
Yeah,
You
that's our
know
joint.
Genesis, right? You know DJ Genesis.
Yeah, I was just on her show a few weeks ago. Matter
Really?
of
Damn,
fact.
she just brings everybody on with her busy bee self. What you going there
Hmm.
for?
I caught her at like the midnight hour. I was driving, and I was I at like Atlanta or something, and I was like just scouring YouTube, and here she was. She popped up, and it was her and our other sister, our adult sister, on there.
Oh,
So I
look
popped up.
at it. Hold on. You know what I love? You know what I love when this type of kismet, this energy happens this way and the beautiful, it's like looking at something that just, how do you say, a piece of art that just came together. You might be painting, doing something abstract, doing some
Right.
Jackson Pollock, just throwing something at the canvas, and then you look and you say, "Oh, first here comes the brother Asarim Ka, and then here's our Waspy family." Remember that wonderful beat down we gave them? Oh, I love you.
Um,
I have so much love for the Waspy brothers and sisters, especially Selah Shalom and Cosmon and the other brothers. I'm sorry, I don't. Well, I do know their names, but I don't want to say the Hebrew names. But that was a good time. I want to say peace to the Waspy brothers.
Yeah. They made a dope video about us, huh?
They love smoke. One thing about a Waspy, they're not soft shells. They're like you. There's a new breed listen, the brothers and sisters that came from like the class of so and so.
My era, yeah.
Where it's not even an era. It's like I was like I'd say a sophomore, a freshman when I came in right in your graduating class. So I came in right at the, you know what I'm saying? I was a freshman, you were a senior, but we all moved forward. And I think the Owaspy are like that. The brothers, they have thick skin, steel spines, no noodle backs. Yeah, so I'm happy. I just want to shout them out. But hey, what's up? Okay, let me stop rambling. I'm just excited to see you because when I saw you today, I was like, look at Asar. He's coming in to beat up. He's gonna beat up Cedric, who also has thick skin.
He does. He know the lose about to buy drinks when I hit St. Martin.
I heard that. Is that where he is?
Yeah, he in St. Martin. I'll probably I know I gotta visit my cousin and one of my partners that got deported from Jamaica. So when I go over there and talk to him, I'll probably shoot over to St. Martin and then to Barbados. My other partner got deported too. And we just gonna make a day of it. So well, you know how gangsters are.
Oh,
You know,
yeah. I know a few people who have been deported and banned. They're in Trinidad. They're a couple friends of mine. They can never come back.
yeah. Like, I had a boxer. Her name was Myra. They sent her back to Juarez or something like that, or Chihuahua. I can't remember which one. Just messing it all up. So,
Well, you know how it is. You got to be careful. What happened? Didn't that happen with 21 Savage?
I think one of his people got deported or something. Now he's from London initially. That's his birth,
London,
but
yeah.
He got deported. I'm not sure if he came back though, but I think he did get deported.
Yeah.
He was just doing a video recently about it too, talking about the situation. But
yeah,
be careful, man. If y'all don't have your card, y'all don't have your. It's not that they're deporting more than Obama or the previous presidents, Bush, et cetera, et cetera. It's the way they're doing it. Very vile, very rude. So be careful out there.
Yeah,
but we were talking about paganism. Paganism is basically if you're not one of the what they consider to be the four major religions, you're a pagan.
Thank you.
So
Wait, hold on. You got to go slow for me because I got to drop the bomb.
Yeah.
When you say four major, you mean Abrahamic, right?
Yeah, that's how they do. What's up, Jose? What's up?
What's up?
Peace, Jose. When you say four, are you counting like Baha'ism? Because I thought there were only three.
They say the four.
Mormonism?
I'm believing they're separating Catholic from Christianity.
Wow.
And so because Catholics and Christians are a bit different.
Okay.
Well, Asar, how can you separate Catholicism from Christianity when in reality Catholicism was the first institutionalized form of Christianity? So if you're not practicing Christianity, Catholicism technically, according to the rules, you're not really a Christian. And then it begs to say, if Christianity says you're not supposed to be worshiping idols, then how can you then be a Christian and worship what Christians consider idols? So that's a whole other circular form of reason that you get into too. The Bible says you're supposed to do what the first Christians were doing. So are they Christians or are they pagans or are they pagan Christians? That's a whole other question.
So that brings up what you just mentioned, in fact, because if you're dealing with Catholicism, you do have your statues, you do have your Virgin Mary, you do have the separate prayers to the different saints. Your Coptic, you definitely have the different prayers to the saints, and your calendar is like the ancient Shemsu or Kemetic calendar. So from pecans on down is pretty much the same thing. And in place of the Necharu birthdays, they have saint holidays. So it's almost identical in nature. Plus, you got statues of different um, venerated people in Catholicism. But
Saints. They're called saints. Yep.
yeah, so
Which
when you
are the
have those,
Orisha, which in Santeria they blend them with the Orishas.
yeah, yeah. And for me, when people, people, oh, I'm not a pagan. I'm a pagan. I'll raise my hand to that
Right.
because, yeah,
Look at Papa
they're
Bob for you.
different
That's why I
natural
love
roots.
Asar. He comes in with the realism. You're a pagan and you're Kemetic, right?
That's right. I'm a Shemsu. I follow a Sar. I think that the celestial bodies in nature from the astronomical faith that was also left behind by them covers the universe. And a lot of people don't like to talk about it till we get into that text and then it gets quiet. So yeah, absolutely. The universe is made of more than one entity. When they put the entities together, including the unseen things that you don't know, they call that Amun. They call it the
Mm,
face of Amun.
right.
Somehow that same similar method reaches Islam, and they say that Allah's face is the only thing that'll be left behind after his body dissolves, etc., in Islam. So you could really find a very thick trail of all of these teachings in ancient Africa in the nuanced Abrahamic faiths. They're pagans too. They say there are three that bear record in heaven: the
Talk.
Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. If I asked you if the Son impregnated Mary, you're gonna tell me no. So now you have to make distinctions between which is what.
Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. Let me cook on. Let's build a meal off that.
Mm.
So when you talk about that concept, it is not novel. Damn, we lost Genesis. Okay. It's not new to Christianity because that concept, which I might lose some people. I usually don't talk about this publicly, but you're bringing it out. The Father is the Son in in not just Christianity, right? The
Yeah.
Son is the husband. Y'all don't come to me about how I'm saying the incest and all, but in even in Kemet, right? The Father is the Son. So what does that tell you? The mother is the God. That's why Mama's always Mama. Mama doesn't change. Mama doesn't change in the story. I'm gonna bring my whatever the divine feminine, feminism, whatever they want to say. Talk to me about that, Asar. Isn't in Kemet, it's the same thing. The father is he goes between son, father, but the mother is always there, correct?
Absolutely. And I'm surprised you're not a Shemsu because you love the divine feminine. So, and
Dude,
that's why I called you Nebet Head Shit Out.
and I
You're
love
Nebet
that.
Head in secret. So,
They're mad that you're showing me this love, but continue. I need it. I don't get enough love. But go ahead. But really,
let's do-
you're going to talk to us about Kemet, the Sumerian text. What else? Who else does that? The father is the son besides Abrahamic. Hinduism, the
uh,
father goes between son and husband with the mother.
yeah, pretty much all of them. And when you go, let's go ancient African. Let's go to the Khoi or to the San. They're two separate, distinct groups that become one later. When you talk about the Khoisan, you have the father Kagan, and then you have his wife, and then you have their two children, and then you have the thunder god, and then you have the trickster in their story. And through the different stories, they end up creating the universe. In the Maasai culture, you have Ngai, and for the women, they call her in it slips my mind at the moment. But there's a female statement for it, and there's a male statement for it. When you talk about the Necharu, you go so far as to have uh uh you have the mother of the Necha, like you have a father of the Necha. Amun is the father of all of the what they call the little gods, or the Nasubites, the kings,
Okay.
including Hatshepsut, right? So he
So when you get a
impregnates.
say that again, because this is teaching right here. So
Mhm.
you're talking about the human people, the people who are the pharaohs are called the what?
They're called the Nasubites,
The
the
Nasu.
Nasu. Hmm. So the
Okay, Biddy.
Nasu
Yeah, I learned what Biddy means.
yeah. Do
I learned it.
it, diddy, no diddy, but you know we
The
shout out
Nasu,
to the
the
homies diddy.
Nasubiti. I like that. Okay. So those are the little netters. Those are the little gods, the children,
Yeah.
kind of like what you would say in the demigods, right?
Well, they when it gets to Greek, they call them demigods. We call them
Right.
Necheru. But
Okay.
when
Neteru.
when we when we look at what that composes of, the Nasu is the plant of the south. The Biti is the bee of the north.
The bee, yeah. The bee of the
So
north.
you're looking at a SAR. Let's do a SAR's body, and then we'll intertwine the female in here, right? So he's the Su plant, which is the plant, and he's also the bee. He's the Nasu Biti. When you look at his body, it germinates, and they eat of it no different than you see what they do with Jesus. So
Right.
when
And yeah,
when the female comes, because remember he dies. Remember, we call to him in winter, we sing what we call the songs of the two sisters, the
right.
song of Nebethet and Aset, because we want Asar to come back. We want the sun to come back. And as soon as the solstice hits, that's when they start to sing that song. Now, she, in the story, after he passes away, she puts his body back together after
Right.
Set dismembers it, puts it back together, and she becomes the bird. And they
Mhm.
say the phallus was cut off and thrown into the river, and the tilapia fish ate it. This is
Right.
why some of them don't eat the tilapia fish, but
Right.
means nothing. Notice when she attaches it, she makes it out of gold. So now you have her turn into a kite, a bird, as you see on the wall in ancient Kemet. The bird flies over the Nasubiti and the golden phallus and gets impregnated by swooning her wings up. What does that remind you of in nature?
When
Birds and the bees.
Hello. So we basically just told that story in a nutshell through the Asar Aset story. Why? Because the plants need photosynthesis, and the photosynthesis and the what do you call it, Jose? What they when the birds pollinate and all, or when the bees pollinate the plants and what have you, and then the
Yeah.
birds drop seed. You're looking at the story of the birds and the bees. And so you see Aset playing her part in nature as that bird coming over the top of a sar, the honey that the bees need. You're watching germination take effect, and that's part of what we say when we do the the opening of the mouth ceremony. I germinate, such and such, etc., etc. And when
and
you do the funeral,
that's a funeral ritual, right?
yeah.
Okay.
So when you pass away, you go back to germination, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is what you're looking at in essence. And then you see the story develop later when you get to Greece and when you start to get more English and all this other stuff added. Now we just call it the birds and the bees, but truly in its essence, it's a Sar and a Set. And that
I like
story in general, producing a Heru, producing, and the son who's Heru? Heru is produced from this act. He's the son. He's baby Ra.
wow.
Right, but he's also the reincarnation of his father.
What does
Exactly.
Haru mean, actually? What does that mean?
It's like Hor is like ancestor. right?
Hmm.
So technically, it's like a venerated ancestor name. You could basically say Heru,
Like the
and it
beginning
also
and the end, kind of like infinite,
well it means day, right? So it's like a day.
a
So
day.
Heru is day, yeah,
Not
daytime,
really
and
exist. Because I
right.
wanted to say, because I was, when you're saying all this for some reason, I'm thinking Heru, and the reason, see, y'all are like, she's just always bringing back to the mother. But I was, when you were saying about the bees and the birds and the reproduction cycle, and because the opening of the mouth, a funerary ritual would still be a life ritual. It's a resurrection cycle. So I was thinking he's the house, or she's the house of the day. She's the house
She's the house of the sun. Yeah,
of the sun.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, bringing it around full circle back to paganism. Talk to us about paganism, the Kemetic system, the spiritual system, and get back to Genesis, because she's saying something about Ifa. Can you relate? What I'm trying to say is relate Kemet, paganism, and Ifa in one little neat package for us.
Yeah, I did that on her show. Matter
I
of
know you
fact,
can do it. I know you can do it. I know you can do it. Go ahead.
we did that on her show. And I'm gonna allow her to get her show off because that was a pretty good bill. Um, when it comes to where were we at? Where were we at?
You were
We were talking
talking
about
about the cycle, the life and the mother, but I want you to just go into now the netters and the orishas, because Genesis, I need you to actually help Genesis, because this is kind of a light smoke session, not a heavy filled, we're not hot boxing. However, this is a light smoke session because Genesis is saying that the orishas are not spirits and that it's not paganism. But I said, just embrace it. It's paganism. So can you relate the the Neteru with Orishas, and also talk to us about paganism with her, actually?
No, I did
yeah. I
not say that
mean,
they were not spirits. I said they were not gods in the sense of gods, like how people that consider it for pagan in paganism. I don't. If they have their. I think that they're aspects of vibration, that they have color. They're representative of different things. But are they gods? Deities? I don't know. Orisha are its own thing. There's no word for what they are that is in America. I mean, people try to interpret Ori, owner of one's head, but the Ori, but there's no actual word that describes it in the English language. What the Orisha are. So yeah, there you go.
Well, we did say they weren't spirits in the last stream, but I'm gonna give you this one. This is a new day.
yeah.
They,
So, okay.
yeah, go ahead. Respond. Whoever wants to respond to the sister.
Well,
Yep.
she's probably correct that there probably is not an exact word in English that we could use, but we tend to use the word God because everybody understands it. But we know that when you talk about African spirituality, is more than just that. It deals with nature. It deals with a lot of other things. As she said, it deals with your body parts. It deals with vibration. It deals with a lot of other things other than just being a deity. It deals with your ancestors and a whole lot of other things that when
Yeah.
when people translate, they don't describe those things in English. They just say God because that's the word that everyone go to when they think about these things. But I'm sure she's correct that you can't really describe it in English
No,
properly.
it's too
I,
bad. We'll never know.
I
Those who
would
speak
say
English only, if you only speak English, I'm sorry. No, but I get what you're saying, though. It's there's a lot is lost in translation. I hear you. Go ahead.
right. Well, we have we like to call. Let me say this about African spirituality before I get started.
Look,
Whatever the
wait.
universe,
I need you to see this right here. Somebody came and said that Jezebel Delilah energy is strong in her. Who are you talking about? Genesis? Yeah, Genesis.
you
What?
said Jezebel. Wow, yo,
No, they didn't just say Jezebel. They doubled down and said Delilah.
You bugging.
So I have some information for you about Jezebel. Y'all gonna leave Jezebel alone. I promise you that. But look at they're talking about you, Genesis. They're not talking about me, but I got your back. I'm ready to fight when you are. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sar. Go
Little
ahead.
old Timmy Turner talking crazy in the chat. All right, let me stop.
Hit the like button. That's all we need to do, or hit the down button, but just be present. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just want to show that was funny. So you were going to respond to her about what she said.
Yeah. What I was going to say, when we talk about African spirituality, the first thing we look at is usually, well, pretty much almost all of it. They consider whatever is primordial in the universe to be our first ancestor. So the universe is your ancestor. The sun is one of your ancestors. And each of the things in the universe, the celestial beings in the universe, from the dark matter, dark energy, etc., which the ancients didn't know about, is an ancestor. It helps in your culmination in bringing you about. When it starts to get into, for instance, with what we're talking about, if we're talking Kikongo, because I'm Congolese, so if we're talking Kikongo Ifa, then we know we're talking about Nzambi Ampungu. So for those who don't know what Nzambi Impungu is, that would be what you would call like our creator of the known universe. You'll notice there's a connection, right? When you hear Nzambi, that's also like a zombie, and it relates. If you're from Haiti, you know an Nzambi is usually someone who's possessed.
Right. 1 second. I'm sorry. Johnny Poderoso, you have to show me who you are before I let you on, so we don't get any type of POR corn bombing or anything like that. So you can join once you turn your camera on. Yes, I need to see who you are. Can you come out of the dark? Let's see. Yes. Okay, great. Perfect. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Asara. I just need to say that.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
So Nzambi Ampungu is your creator, right, of the universe. Like Nkulu Wal Nkulu is in when you go to Zulu information. Yeah. And you'll hear a lot of us say Nkulu, and that's just because the Christians can relate to that more. But it's Nkulu Wal Nkulu. But these are your creators. These are your first ancestors and the creators of the universe. And they usually venerate and create an ancestor. And when the ancestor comes to the planet, before he becomes an ancestor, he's just alive, right? So when we start talking about when they pass away, that's when we start to get into like Ku and Pemba. We start talking about that spiritual world, or what happens to what's inside of that person, a ka, a ba, a soul, whatever the case, as it begins to travel and do what it does after it's lived on the planet. Most African ancestry believes that when you talk to those kindred souls that were with you at one point in time, that they will do something for you, that they will give you knowledge from the ancestral realm. Literally like what you hear when you see Black Panther. Now Christians will say, oh, that can't happen, but they'll turn around and they'll talk about Jesus, who they believe lived, believe died, and came back in 3 days. So he would be an ancestor at some point in time. And you talk to that ancestor because you believe that ancestor is powerful. Firmicus or Firminicus, as I like to say, will tell you your water rituals from your baptizing on down come from the pagans. They come from ancient African water rituals. So you're watching all those things combine. You're watching the great ancestor, which is the universe, create humans on the planet who will pass away, who will become your ancestral guides. And when you deal with your ancestral guides, it usually deals with pouring a libation, ashe. It usually deals with you talking and feeding them. This is your first form of grace when you sit at the dinner table, isn't it? On down to the God is great, God is good, and we thank him for our food. Amen. Except for in Africa, before we eat, we say Nka N for the soul of the venerated ancestor, and we say their name. Or you say, I say so and so, and you pour that libation and offer the food, and you let them eat before you do, and then you eat. You give it a moment.
What does dua in turn mean?
Dua means
Praise
thank you,
God.
nature.
Okay, I was wondering. Yeah, I've said that a couple times.
Yeah. You're giving
Can I
thanks.
say something to Paul?
Sure.
Brother Mill.
Sorry, you want to park
Yeah,
right
we'll
after you
park the
finish
car
this?
because I'm talking a
Okay.
lot. Let my brother Neil go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Rakufu come in, and then we're gonna let we have some new people joining us. Revelation, we got a new person, Johnny. We're gonna I think we should bring in the new person to speak after Rakufu. Peace, Suntan. And Suntan, how dare you say I'm not scientific?
I can't remember you talking scientific.
You must have been at work during those shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm used to you getting deep spiritual, sister.
I'm the first person to bring up scientism, and I did a panel, but it's all love. I'm halfway joking, but
yeah, because when I think of you, I think of the spiritual realm and how deep you go into your books and things of that nature. I never see you going into science. I haven't seen it.
It's okay. I know you haven't, but you're gonna find out.
But I have seen you go spiritual on a nigga. You know what I mean?
I like that. I like how you said that. Okay, let me get back over here to Rakufu. Peace, everybody. Peace, Rakufu. What would you like to add?
All right, peace, sister. I was going to say, when you strip the word pagan all the way down to its earliest literal meaning, it refers to a person from the countryside. That's it. Not originally a religious insult or label. Now, the confusion only comes from later history. Confusion. Originally, it's a country person, a person that's from the country. So when you say from the country, I asked this when I got that answer, is what I'm going to say. I said, so when you say from the country or countryside, what was the opposed place to live? Good question. This gets right to how the word worked socially in the ancient world. When Romans said paganist from the country, it was defined by contrast to the city or urbs or civitas from the word urban. So it's like today when we see somebody in New York or in LA, they say, man, that dude's Bammer, he from the country.
Right.
That's all you saying, though. You're not they say that they were bad. You just don't, you feel a little above because you live in a house. You may live in a bar. I'm not, or a small house.
Right.
Rule.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Rakufu. And you just brought back the information that we were talking in the last stream, the origin of the word and the definition. So thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to move over to, thank you, Rakufu.
Hold up, sis, 1 sec. Only because I forgot to tie that in for you. So, and I'll be real brief. So we talked about Nzambi and Pungu, and who is his wife? Nzambisi. She's who creates him in the ether system. So this is how that mother goddess is. You always see the mother in place. You will always have a belly button. You will always have an umbilical cord. It'll always be Mother Africa. She's the mother of the nature. She's the beginner. And you will always come from the female. All right, Wayne landed.
Thank you so much, Asar. We're going to say peace to a newcomer. We have somebody here. I don't think he's hit the panel before. Is it Johnny? Is it Boda Rosa or is it P. De Rosa? How do you say your name? You're on the mic. You're muted now. You're muted.
Unmute your mic, man.
Unmute your mic.
Oh, it should be good. Should be good now. It's kind of.
Yeah, how do you? Oh, shoot. Oh. How do you say your name? John? You want us to call you
Peter
Johnny
Rosa.
or?
You can say Johnny.
Peter Russell, what would you like to add? Johnny, thank you for joining. What would you like to add?
It could be Johnny. It doesn't matter. No, I got you. I think I got referred by YouTube from this guy, from Ward and I. I don't know if you ever heard of Ward and I, the debater.
Oh no, but okay. So what would you like to add in this conversation?
Oh, that was pretty much it. I just got referred. You were talking about like different, like paganism. I was thinking it was like Buddhism, like, for.
Yeah.
I really don't know much about it. I thought it was like Buddhism, like, reincarnation.
Well, those are considered paganistic. How do you say? Characteristics.
I said tendencies.
Tendencies. However, Christianity, I showed that there is Yara is against this. Black Sage, shout out to you. Get on this panel if you want to discuss it. Reincarnation is in the New Testament, but so you just were referred here, and you just he kind of froze. All right, Johnny, you can just hang out on the panel if you want to add.
Here, I have a question. So, speaking of Buddhism, do you think that the people in Rome knew about Buddhism back then to call them pagans?
No.
So how would they consider them pagans? Do you think that the people in Rome knew about the Yoruba people of West Africa? And if that's the case, why would they be calling them pagans? Or was this paganism title something that they were using for people in their immediate group of people that they knew of in that area?
Well, it's first off, you can't just say, did people in Rome, in ancient Rome, know about ... Did they know about Buddhism? Did they know about Hinduism? The point is that it was something to say, you're outside of us. You're not one of us. And not only are you not one of us, you're a so-called hick. You're not as educated and as advanced as we are. That was the original definition of pagan. I think it's paganist. Then it evolved into, you're not of the Abrahamic faith. You're not Christian. You're not you don't believe in the gods of Abraham.
You're a heathen.
You're a heathen, and that's what it is today. And anyone who doesn't, Buddhism, Hinduism, Kemetic spiritualism, Ifa, it's all considered paganism.
Yeah. And it's basically because you're the smaller on the totem pole. Like before, anything that came to ancient Africa, especially in Kemet, we would call you a shasu, which is like pagan. It's basically the same thing. Like, he a shasu. No, Hikakasu is a little different because that's Hik is king, and the Hikakasu are like the shepherd kings.
Yeah. But the shepherd kings were shasu though.
Yeah, because they're Hicks basically. They're countrysiders. So shasu is basically what you would call somebody who wasn't according to the understanding and the culture of ancient Kemet at that time. So once Abrahamic faiths became the leader and the biggest, now they created a term for those who were not of their same faith. They called you a pagan and a heathen.
Right. Absolutely right.
Come on in, Suntan. You want to add? You go ahead,
Yeah.
Suntan. What would you like to add, Suntan? You came in. And then Revelation. Oh, damn. Suntan, Revelation. Are you there?
Revelation.
I'm there, but Suntan can go if you want. I can go after. It's okay.
Revelation is always so kind and loving to his brothers.
Well,
y'all need to take the example from how polite Revelation. It's the island he's from. I think you're in Trinidad. Are you in Trinidad?
Yes, ma'am. Peace and blessings to everyone.
Trinidad, they are so polite. What the hell?
We are, yes, ma'am.
So polite in Trinidad. FYI, I went there and I did I was in the Big Pimpin' video. They kicked me off the video though. I was
really with Jay-Z. Okay.
Yes. But anyway, that's a different stream. Okay, Sunshine, go ahead, Sunshine.
I just think paganism is the ideal of being different from monotheism. That's it. It's no big conversation or nothing big about it, because if you wasn't doing things in the way of Christianity and monotheism way, then you were pagan. right? And if you were pagan and you was doing things the monotheistic way, then you was a Christ follower. That's all I think. Yeah, that's all I think it is. You know, when I making trying to be long and drawn out, it's not. You know, it's just what it is. You know, if you was pagan, you wasn't doing the Christ, you know, the Christ thing the way that it was supposed to be done. You was just oblivious to it, and you were pagan. So that's what I think.
But sometimes
Can't wait. Can I say so? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. What was you saying?
Christianity was never monotheistic.
Christianity. Listen, sir. Christianity comes out of monotheism, because first it was polytheism when they had different gods. So once one, it became one, and then Christianity came out of monotheism.
But there's more than one God in the Bible.
Well, see, listen,
Yahweh, they are not the same deity.
Right, but see that I don't want to play semantics, right? We just gonna deal with just the way it is. Right? Because we understand that people have different deities and different thoughts and things like that. However, the consensus is that monotheism started at the polytheism, because, you know, they formed one God. So even out of monotheism came came out different gods, Islam, all of that came out of monotheism. They went out and they formed their own deities. So when you go into a thing where you're trying to go up into, of course, that's people branched off and they made different religions because of their different feelings. They didn't want to have to deal with some sort of tribal way or some sort of cult. So they went and made their own cult. You know, that's the way it is.
Thank you. I'm going to let Revelation come in. Rakufu did want to come in, but he dropped off. Come back, Rakufu. What would you like to add, Revelation? Peace. Come on into the conversation, please.
Yes, peace and blessings to everyone. And I actually wish Rakufu was still here, because I like his angle. He went to the etymology of the word, and when you really check it, paganus, it basically just means civilian, but it also means rural, you know, like a geographic location. So my thing is basically this: knowing that these were not the and the term is only used, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, 300 AD by the Christians, you know, of the people that was up in the hills. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, right? But they were talking about the people that were up in the hills, which is a geographic location, like a rural area. That's what when you do the etymology, it says rural and it says civilian. So I'm thinking that probably these people were, I don't know, I could be wrong, were too far to get the message because they were up in the hills. So they were just like, yo, those are the hill people, those are the pagans. But not that they were evil people, to say like they were heathens or anything like that. They were just the people who were not warriors of Christ. They used to live up in the hills, and they just didn't get the message. But I could be wrong, though. That's just my take on it, you know.
Let me let Cosmo and Cal come on. Cosmo and Cal, come on in and let's hear from you about paganism. Seriously, I want to hear what everybody has to say about it. Go ahead. Who hasn't spoken? Rakufu, you're gonna respond.
I got blacked out.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I had a blackout at the house, so I had to get on my little bitty. Yeah, I had to get on my little
generator
iPad
or something. You have like a fallout shelter.
Wow.
You got the flashlight. Okay. But wait, I'm gonna let you go, and then we're gonna go to Easy Bands, who just joined the panel. Go ahead, Rakufu.
All right, so I wanted to say, because y'all was asking earlier, did Rome consider Buddhism paganism? And it says no, Rome did not consider Buddhism paganism. And only until Christianity changed the word's definition of meaning something lesser than, because of, in contrast to them, did it become everything paganism if you wasn't Christian. But at that time period of Rome where the word originates from, it never meant anything but a person that was Bammer or lived in the country.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Easy Bands. Easy Bands, thank you for joining. Paganism, the conversation. What would you like to add?
Salute. Thanks for having me on the panel. You're doing a great job, Nepal, as usual. So you guys have basically covered already what paganism actually means. You guys have covered where it came from. We know that it was adopted and redefined by Christians, to mean non-Christian. And now in the modern sense, it basically covers all Abrahamic faiths, including Islam, which wasn't around. The term was coined by the Christians initially. But you guys have covered that. So I wanted to speak on, African spirituality and stuff like that. There's I don't know if you guys have heard of this god. He's a Bantu god. His name is Mulungu, and some tribes call him Nyambe. But his name is Mulungu. This belief goes back. Linguists have said that this belief in this god, this creator god, goes back to 6,000 BC. And
You guys heard of Paulo Mayombe? Paulo Mayombe believes in the Mulungu, I think.
In Mulungu, right? I'm not sure, but yeah. But so let me just break it down right quick. So this is a Bantu god, right? And they believe that he's the creator god of heaven and earth and everything, basically. He's the creator god, just like we have, Yahweh in Christianity. And so he's the creator god. He creates everything. He lives on earth as well at the same time. And then because of like the sin that men are committing, he decides to leave the earth. All right. So he leaves the earth. And from that time, when he left the earth, he cut all communication with mankind. And so what happened was mankind was left with like the lower spirits, because he created those too. And so mankind was left with the lower spirits, and the lower spirits took the opportunity to start communing with mankind, like helping them out. When there's disasters, when there's natural disasters and things like that, they would reach out to these lower spirits, and these lower spirits will help them out. And so this is my understanding, this is my personal opinion and everything, right? Why Africans adopted Christianity wholeheartedly is that when they heard about the gospel story basically, so everything that I'm telling you guys, it almost sounds like it's from the Bible, right? Because the Bible, we have God creating heaven and earth. He's in the garden he's in the Garden of Eden. Mankind sins, and he basically cuts himself off from mankind for a little bit, with the flood and everything. And so there's a lot of similarities there. And this is a Bantu religion that goes back like 6,000 BC. So my thing is now, like with the gospel, when Africans heard the gospel of Jesus Christ, basically the gospel of Jesus Christ is telling people that this God that you guys thought had abandoned you actually loves you, and he wants a personal relationship with you. So it wasn't like a shock to these Africans who already believe in a creator God, right? It wasn't a shock for them to hear about this creator God. And, they already know that these lesser spirits are just lesser spirits. They can go to this spirit, that spirit, et cetera, but there's a creator God up there. And so I feel that that's the reason why Africans or Bantu speakers picked on to Christianity so easily and wholeheartedly, because it made absolute sense with the story that they already knew.
Makes a lot of sense to a degree.
Yeah, it does. However, the Africans was colonized, so they was being sort of enslaved, right? So when missionaries came over with Christ, and they was all hungry and enslaved and beaten down and everything like that, and they presented Jesus and food, and that's what turned a lot of Africans over to Christianity. The missionary.
No.
I mean, this is not just this is just material I read.
That's facts. In Ethiopia.
Easy biz, it ain't nothing that I want to debate you, but that's just something that happened back in. That's history. That's not from a Bible.
We could just build. We're just discussing, because this is like an idea. It's like I don't really have a source to say this is why they did it, but I'm just telling you from like common sense almost. I know that they already believed in the creator God. Now, if you bring a gospel, say for instance, if you brought a gospel like Buddhism or something like that, it would be kind of foreign to them, because that's not like or atheism. That would be foreign to them, right? So, you might come with your bread or whatever it is, but they still might not cling to the religion because they're like, yo, this is too foreign for us. But with the story of the gospel, everything makes sense. They're like, damn, this sounds just like our story. And then at the same time, this God that abandoned us now wants a personal relationship with us. Like, why not?
Hey, I looked it up. I looked it up, Easy Ben, and it said that the Malungu you talking about was to a strict people. Everybody in Africa was not Bantu and didn't know this Malungu. So when you I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying the way it's being presented is like a one brush. The whole people could know. Some people didn't even know what that story was, and they could relate to the Buddha people. Some people couldn't relate to them. Some people could. So you can't paint a whole brush of a continent. Believe. Go ahead.
Rakufu, I clarified when I started speaking. I said this was a Bantu this was a God for Bantu people.
I got it. So that's why I'm asking you. Most Bantu are in the South, like South African areas. Yeah, South Central. So you got a whole West Coast unaware of this, and they got their own concepts that could align with Buddhism. Is what I'm trying. Any other thing besides that is what I'm saying. So we can't paint a whole brush on a continent saying they had that story and in line. That's what made them change. It was other variables where I look right here. Was Africans forced into Christianity in Africa for the most part? Short answer, yes. In many regions, Africans were forced, like Suntan said, or coerced into Christianity, but not everywhere, not always, and not in the same way. The reality depends on time, place, and power. So there's a lot of dynamics working. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But what I'm saying
Paul, can you share my screen?
Sure. Everybody, thank you for being here. Black Sage, if you're feeling okay, hit the panel. I will share your screen. Is there anybody up here who hasn't spoken yet? I can't really see. I think everybody has spoken. Okay.
Yeah, this screen says the topic, so I want everybody to get an idea.
I got it. There's your screen.
Paganism isn't a single religion or one ideal. It's an umbrella term of diverse nature-based spiritual paths inspired by pre-Christian traditions emphasizing nature reference, polytheism, pantheism, personal experience, and often celebrating the divine within the world, contrasting an organized dogmatic faith, making it an ideal for those seeking individualized earth-centered spirituality rather than universal dogma. Focusing on connection, balance, and intimate scares. So
pre-Christian.
Imminent sacred.
So you know what I'm saying? This should give you an idea of what paganism is, right? It's just and this is a commentary, but it makes the world of sense because, like I said, if you were over in another region you believing in your gods and everything, and you wasn't a Christian, then you was pagan to the Christians, but to them you wasn't pagan because they didn't know the word. That's all I'm saying.
And that's what the pre-Christian, pre-colonization. Remember, initially the pagans colonized other pagans.
Right.
When Christianity comes on the scene, people like Iambiculus tell you there was no more peaceful time than when the pagans were in control and ruling.
Wow.
So when he makes statements like that at the time where Christianity is coming about, he's letting you know you didn't have to force anybody to do anything. You just would let them know what it was. Origin, his parents were Shemsu. They were pagans. He goes on to become a Christian teacher. He's very cruel to the people, as they write. So there's, as Christianity comes about, I don't have to explain what the Crusades did for you, right? We don't have to explain much of what happened when you have stories about females who is a female about her coming here. They wanted her to be Christian and enslave her. Instead, she drowned herself and her children and went with the ancestors in that river. So it's no question that the force was there concerning transforming into a Christian. You weren't even able to read your own literature when you were brought over here to the Americas or to London, where you're at.
Right.
It was forced upon you. So to think that it was hunky-dory, we could just go to where the first contention takes place in the what is it called? The book of why can I never
You talk
think of the
about
name of
Jacob
that
and
book?
Jacob the wrestling, or what? What are you talking about?
This is when they talk about Asar and Jesus, and they have the discussion, and they say that the Egyptians were only going to accept Jesus if it was aligned with Asar. They
In the
didn't want to
Bible?
do that. No, this is in the book of it's one of your apocryphal books. Uh the book of goodness. I always say the name of the book and I can't think of it right now.
You
Book
never heard
I
that
don't
before?
really. I
yeah,
only
they
know the Book of Enoch. I know it's not in there.
no, it's not in the Bible. It's in
I
one of
mean,
your
Are
apocryphal
you
books.
saying Jasher, Jubilees? Which one?
No, this is one of your apocryphal. It didn't make
What
it
is
to
the
the
name
Bible.
of the apocalypse books?
Okay, the
Apocryphal
5
book.
books of Moses. The
The
other, I
book
don't
of
know.
Joy, the book of not Joy, the
No,
book
what
of
is the
Jubilees?
name of the
no,
apocryphal books?
there's
I
a
know.
lot of
Well,
you
yeah,
can't
come
name
on.
all. Yeah. But
I know.
the the it's on the tip of my
It's gonna
tongue.
come to
Always
you
bring it up.
when you least suspect it.
Yeah. But
Hmm.
in that book they have the discussion about I showed it to to about 6 of my brothers that's probably in the chat. It shows what
Is
they
it
were saying
Gnostic?
about probably. It shows what they were saying about Abraham back then and a few other things. And it talks about when the discussion was had about before they're doing the councils, the Egyptians said if you align them with Asar, we'll rock with you. And no, Jesus is gonna be different, this, that, the other. And so that's when the rift took place. We all know how they starved out Ethiopia at the end, Axum in particular, to make them concede. They was like, we're not going to trade with you then.
Hey,
Wow.
sorry, I got all the books here. If you want me to tell you them, you might remember. I got Tobit, Judith, Wisdom of Solomon, Sarich, Barich,
Now
Letter of Jeremiah.
you got books that everybody reads. This book is not one that everybody even
Oh,
knows about. It's called I got it at the I showed it to you before, but it's been so long.
okay.
The book of and
Y'all fellas
it,
got libraries, boy. I like that.
yeah, the book will
Hmm.
come to me later, probably as soon as we hop.
It's
It might
gonna
come
come
while
to
we
you,
on
that's
here.
for sure.
It's like the book of joy or the book of
I do that
Eh,
too, sorry. It's gonna come to you when you least
yeah.
suspect it.
Book of the Covenant. It's so many of them over here, but
It'll
So
come to me.
let me bring this to the table so we can talk clearly about paganism. We all
The book
agree
of
that
paradise.
the
There
Book
the
you
of
go.
Book of
Paradise.
Paradise.
Yes.
Wow, that's Apocrypha.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we agree that paganism is a perspective from where you stand. The word paganism, I align with Asar. I don't see it as something negative, but
Oh,
it's
it's not.
been programmed into us as you okay, heathen, pagan.
Right.
But so it's a perspective from the Romans, from a Roman point of view, not talking about their origin where it says villager, but that okay, you're outside of Christianity, you're outside of organized religion, basically organized religion, right?
Right.
Okay, so going back to Genesis, I don't know, she hasn't spoken for a minute because I did want to bring this. This is a part 2. So Genesis, with all this discussion, do you now agree that Ifa is paganism from the perspective that we're bringing, or that actually the panel as a consensus is bringing?
I mean, from the perspective of how you guys are bringing it, I would say sure. The only thing is that I don't really feel like why should we title ourselves based on what the Roman Catholic Church says that we are. So I don't really agree with it necessarily.
Right.
I mean, you
I
want
That's
to call us
fine. That's
country
fine.
bumpkins?
That's
We know
fine.
you guys are country bumpkins, and we're the top people, and whatever. And
yeah.
and everything that you got, you stole from Egypt and everything. But everybody now you get that knowledge, and then you turn it into calling everybody else a country stupid or whatever. So
Yeah.
that's
Well,
what it
it's a
sounds like to me. Is
European.
that they got all the knowledge, stole all the knowledge, and then they basically called everybody else
Right.
dumb.
They how
Well,
to
it's
use
a
the
military.
European idea.
It's a military thing. Would you say, Suntan? It's like now
Yeah,
we doing
sort of.
this
Yeah,
and
because
blank y'all. Y'all don't like it,
that's where
so
the
what? Let's go
power,
to war.
Rakupi, that's where the power is at. Like I was
Yep.
saying with a lot of our literature, as far as the Bible and all those
People
books,
that live in the sticks.
excuse me, from all this literature that Rakupi, the books he has and Asar has, all of this literature is pretty much Europeanized because they had the power, they had the printing press, they had the means to circulate it. When I always that's my whole point, people at the HOK. That's my whole point. I was wondering where are our people besides Sheikh Anadiab, Ivan Bar Serneman? We only got about 4 or 5 people that I personally know, and we got a whole big school of Europeanized literature that been spoon-fed to us, and people getting debated and argue about something that was spoon-fed to them is Europeanized. So that's my personal problem with everything, and I'm still very teachable at my age.
Yeah, and Suntan, I would just say to that. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I did want to get in before you do go, Rakupa, if you would let me. I do want to bring this out and let you just and have this discussion. We live in an actual society. When we say Europeanized, this is the society we live in. There are societies, maybe you could say places that you wouldn't, not you, Suntan, specifically,
right?
But Westernized people, we wouldn't consider that a society or even a civilization. Genesis has had this conversation with me. We wouldn't consider them a civilization, but there are groups of people who don't put Western point of views. We're calling it Europeanized, but I just take issue with us always attributing everything to Europe, because we actually formed a lot of this culture, if not most of it. I'm talking about African slaves. Well, yeah. So I mean, even when we look at the religion, it didn't initially start as European religion. It goes all the way back to Kemet. They borrow, in the Library of Alexandria, that was a hub of information for the world. And it was right there in Kemet. So we do say Europeanized. I know what you're saying, but I just wanted to get in here and make this point that we tend to say, oh, the European, we got to get away from the European. We formed this we as African slaves, I'm talking about our ancestors, formed this culture. We really did. But then we keep attributing, because we were under a slave master.
Right.
We are programmed to say, "Oh, the European." So yeah.
Paul, let me say
wait, Suntan. Let me say what I want to tell you,
real quick, because I gotta piggyback on what she's saying.
Okay.
What I mean is when I say
you got to silverback on what she said. Go ahead.
Okay, that's it. Hey, listen, because I gotta get this out, because she kind of she didn't misunderstand me, but what she said falling into a little something.
He's saying the researchers, yeah.
She's diverting for what I'm not diverting, but it's kind of angling away from what I'm saying. When I say European, I mean, and I'm gonna go right out and say it, white people, because when something happened in this world, no matter if they're British, European, wherever they come from, they all congregate as white people, and they control this earth because it started off with white people, whether they're Europeans, whether they're Dutch, whether they're British, whatever. That's what I mean when I go Europeanized, and I shouldn't be so direct with the word European, because I just don't want to just lay out a flat blanket and say white people, because that is what controls this world, white supremacy. They have stolen and raped and pillaged all the resources and all the money. Right now, 2025, they have all the banks, the credit cards, everything, right? And they control this situation. Say a big bomb fell over in New York. You're going to get you're going to see the news come on. There's going to be a whole 20, 30 white people deciding what to do. You're going to see about 3 or 4 black heads in that crowd. So that's all I'm saying. We understand this, and like Nepal saying, which she is right, we, through us being, stagnated and put down so much, we developed a culture and a strength that's really strong, and it's just beautiful how we are adjusting to what we had to deal with as far as being colonized. You know, we have made a culture. All the little white people around the world want to wear their hats backwards, their jeans saggy. You know, we are the people. However, we don't control or own no resources, not at a big level. So that's what I'm saying, you know.
I want to get in here and do this. Hold on, Rakufu. No, because this is important. We're in 2026. I have
26. Yeah.
I have aligned with that way of thinking, but I had an epiphany recently.
Okay.
We need to stop, and it's not, when I say recently, I mean I'd say last year, like summertime. We need to stop giving them the power, because guess what? It's not like that. It never was. They told us that it's race because they wanted us to not know that we are in control of everything, and the money included. We are the buyers. And I know you've heard this. We're the purchasers. We're the consumers.
Mm-hmm.
But we keep on saying, oh yeah, we got this, and forget about a hat backwards. We built the infrastructure and how the system works. We did. When somebody comes in and steals like a thief, I'm talking about the Rothschilds, that doesn't mean they built the system of finance. Everything has been borrowed. Everything has been owned. We own everything. But the thing is, why can't I just speak without you talking?
I'm just saying, when you say
but you just talked. I let you talk.
Okay. Well,
and then people want to say, oh, Nepal, we wish Netter was here. I know, but I'm you know what? Guess what? I'm going to say it again. Let me just say this again. We have to have a new way of thinking. There aren't white people standing over us, rubbing their hands, going, yes, get these blacks. There are Africans over us right now with these so-called Trumps and these elites beyond Trump. There are Africans and Arabs leading and Asians. It's not just white people that are so-called oppressing us. We need to start getting past that. And we, as the only people in the world, I'm talking about the progeny of the slave trade. Why am I talking about the progeny of the slave trade? People say, well, there's slavery everywhere. This is a unique type of situation, because not only were we taken from one continent, brought to other places, we built the world. I'm trying to give you what I found out. I'm not in the slave mind anymore, but I will never let slavery go. We built this infrastructure. We built this system. We did. They didn't know how to do anything. They didn't know how to do anything. They didn't know how to do anything. I'm talking about the entire world. Forget about white, black, European. The world didn't know how to do anything. Kemet showed the world, and then the Greeks came over and they took whatever they started. You know Ptolemy. You know the story. They started ruining everything in well, I'm sorry to say this, in Kemet, and then they came and they said, you know what? Let's fast forward. 1,000 years, 2,000. What is it? 2,000 years, and then they got us and they brought us over here and said, please help us build this land over here, this new land, this continent, North America. Mm-hmm. And we did it. And guess what? The whole world stood up and said, wonderful. It's beautiful, white man. It wasn't the white man. It was us. So we need to stop saying, oh, the European way. No, when I say us, I mean, whatever you know. I don't care what you see. I don't care if you think it's Roman. I don't care about the dollar bill with the pyramid. It's all our system, the financing. Everything is us. So what do we do now? Y'all, some people are hearing me saying, oh, she don't know what she's talking about. We need to start thinking about getting it back to saying, this is us. Now I'm going to park my car and I want to say this. The United States was built and structured every bit from the infrastructure to the systems of how we work. It is all African progeny. It is slaves, not Africa. Not the people who never were kidnapped. We built this system, y'all. It's us. Mm-hmm. So when he's talking about the paganism and the European, no, it is us. Now, maybe I sound ignorant to you, but I'm trying to say I was saying that stuff too. And if I slip back into it, somebody kick me in my ass and say, no, Napa, this is us. Get what I'm saying? So I'll land. Thank you for letting me go. But that's what I'm saying. We need to stop saying the European this and the European that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to
Yeah.
cut you off. So rock
All
on.
right, all right. So what I was going to say to both Nepal, well, everybody on the panel, this is a clear statement here. Nepal, everybody got right aspects of this. From my perspective, Nepal is like right about our understanding and being able to do these things. But the European did not play creator; he played editor of our stuff and twisted it to where he edited it to make it seem like he's the one that done all this, and we weren't in military power to oppose him. So the books were thus produced on a massive scale in schools, which is his story, not our story. But I do want to say to Suntan, it's a plethora of black scholars right now. We don't even know how to read Arabic. You got to remember, when we was broken out of slavery, we barely was able to come and learn to be able to read the language of English that we live in. So when we were able to do that in the last 70, 100 years, about 1800 something. So we got to look at like we're still learning, and we got people that's far advanced, and then we're like, I done went all the way through Arabia with El Jahaz, the blacks over there. He even wrote a book in 776, and the book was called The Superiority of Blacks Over Whites, and he wrote it in pure Arabic. So they was conscious at that time of this type of stuff. But if you've only been narrow-minded to American English, just barely getting out of slavery to read something, you won't have that broader educated understanding, right? So it's blacks all over the globe. You had Alexander Pushkin in Russia to help them with their literary. You got brothers all. What's his name? He wrote the African Destruction of Black Civilization, Chancellor Williams. You got John G. Jackson. You got Carter. So I mean, you just got a plethora of brothers. Leo Hansberry, the Art Schomburg Museum or Historical Society. Yeah. So it's so much, Suntan. You just got to look out there at it and know one thing. That when we talk about the Library of Alexandria, which was a lot of our Eastern African brothers and sisters, but we had Timbuktu was just as greater, if not greater, than the colleges in Spain at that time by the Moors.
Yeah, well, I think you're kind of missing what I'm saying. I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to say is the capital and money. Let me just put it all out of just bring it down to earth. We do not own and control the resources enough to be able to do what we need to do as a people, as a culture, because all the money has been confiscated and taken and held by white people.
Now, I agree with you, Suntan. I agree with you with one thing. We can do better than we did yesterday, though.
Oh, absolutely, because we got black billionaires now, right? But they so stuck in the way we've been colonized that they don't share. You can be a rich now. You know, in Detroit, in Bloomfield Hill is the rich people. So if they come into the gas station and they see one of our brothers that they're asking for some change or something, they're gonna stick his nose up at them. A lot of them.
Gross point.
Yeah, they don't. You know, our culture has just been like that because we've been stigmatized and we've been everything but the right thing as a person. We've been done very bad. So that's all I'm saying is, you know, Nepal is right. It's good to get away from all of that sort of thinking, but at the end of the day, we got to go to the bank. In my neighborhood, it has not one black store. It's all Arabs and white folks and stuff like that. The only thing we got is churches and beauty shops and a few restaurants. That's what I'm saying, the money, man.
What about TD Bank? Excuse me. What about TD Bank? And you know that, and I'm gonna hand the mic to you, Asar. I noticed that is that's a black-owned bank, TD Bank, and guess who is always in there trying to pass a fraudulent bullshit check and some fraudulent counterfeit crap. Black people.
Wow.
Every time I turn on a crime show, we got some black people sitting up there trying to scam somebody because it was easy to, but TD Bank said, oh, we tired of this. So they started cracking down. So now there's a lot of limitation. Am I lying? Anybody knows what I'm talking about?
Nepal, where's TD Bank at though? I'm asking.
It's in New York. There was one here, but they had to close it down. So much fraud was going on. I'm gonna let Asar have the mic because I know he's trying to get in here. But you get what I'm saying? We do have the power, but we got so much psychological stuff going on. I know, Sunshine. Let me let Asar have the mic, brother. Go ahead, Asar.
I think our mindset is kind of messed up concerning like we went from going back to our ancient history to saying stuff like, nah, I'm fresh off the boat, I don't need Africa. So when we look at how the United States was built, first They had to come get us to build it because they couldn't deal with the diseases. So we put, when she tell you that we created this is not like a lie. This is the facts. The
Right.
Indians who were here, or the Native Americans, the Chippewa, et cetera, they couldn't even till the soil. They got sick and died. They came to get us because we knew how to do it, and we could. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, and we could physically get it done.
No, I just said preach. That's my
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
just like in the I'm in the
yeah.
audience while you're in the pulpit.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
We about
Keep
to go,
going.
right?
No,
So
because talk on
now,
that fact, because
But
that's
at
the
the,
yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
they
ahead.
yeah,
couldn't do it. They didn't even design Washington. That's why it looks
right.
like Egypt. You know
Yep.
the brother who took the drunkard from France's plans, as Professor Smalls and Saber Infudishi tell the story often, when he got a hold of the plans after he bested Thomas Jefferson, who thought he was smarter than him, and he had to teach him about astronomy. That's how Washington was set up, through him, through the brother. So
Facts.
most of the stuff you see, you can't even
Benjamin
drive a
Banneker.
refrigerator. Yeah, you can't
Mm.
even drive a refrigerated truck without Dale Jones
Right.
creating the
Absolutely.
reefer truck. All these things are ours, but you have to remember your patents were stolen.
That's right.
Right.
I'm
There you
sorry.
go,
So
Don't
when
forget
you
the
brother.
math. I'm sorry. Don't forget the math, the binary Yoruba codes that make up the computer systems.
Right. All of that we did. But
get
what I'm trying to tell y'all
hold
is
up.
But
y'all
I
keep
want him to
missing.
So
finish real
hold up,
quick, Suntan.
because I ain't
Brother,
even
hold
landed the
on.
plane yet. Everybody want to,
Right. Go
when you
ahead.
get that
Yeah, go
feeling.
ahead.
So when we look at who built it, we built this, right?
Yep.
Wall Street, from
Facts.
Black Wall Street. And when they got jealous of it, remember, they went over there in Oklahoma, they robbed, killed, shot up those people, took their belongings, and was wearing them in pictures right after. So
Oh,
we set up all of that. Now, here's the thing. We look at it today and say, oh, we don't have anything. The only thing we don't have is an advanced weapon system. We
Yeah.
still live off the earth and
Facts.
everything. We have the gold. We have the
Yep.
resources. Why you think they was trying to kill Ibrahim Traore? Because
Right.
they just found 30 trillion in gold.
right.
No one has more gold than that on the planet.
I'm sorry.
Your
Can I ask you a
dollar.
question?
Oh, hold on 1 sec,
Oh,
family.
okay. Go ahead.
Your dollar, none of that stuff equal anything when it comes to minerals. Your dollar right now is a piece of paper and it's a note. It does not have the economic foundation, meaning the minerals, this, that, the other, to back it. So
Facts.
when it comes to the value of what we have and what we own, right now you watching Ibrahim Traore be very revolutionary. He said, "We'll eat what we grow. We'll eat. In fact, we'll have a competition." I was watching him the other day. I need a scientist to come up with this. I need them to come up with this and come up with this. And we will stop. I know dances are important, is what he said. Dances are important, but what's more important is that we universalize how to make a car on a regular basis and produce oil, this, that. He was going over everything. And he will give out economic prizes for the development of these things to those winners, as opposed to doing it for dances, plays, et cetera, which they're heavily into. So when it comes to what African culture is, we have everything. We have it all. Why do you think
Yes.
Europe and other countries run to China's over there, Russia's over there? Everybody want to do a deal with Africa. Trump just ran to my country, the Congo, so he can make a deal because they found a mountain of gold, which is not included in that 30 trillion of gold that they found in Uganda. So we have all the economic resources. The problem is when we say stuff like, go do business with Africa, you close your ears. I'm not African. You say stupid stuff. But a Mexican will never tell you he ain't Mexican. A Native American will never tell you he not Mexican. And a lot of them was born in Canada, et cetera, et cetera. Came, you know what I'm saying? An Asian will never tell you they're not Chinese, Japanese, or whatever the case, no matter how low some of the things that they have done in history are. And so the fact that you won't even do business with the continent, which could make you the same type of billionaire, is silly. The fact that you don't read the information that they left for you, which created your Bible, created your Quran, created your other books, is shameful.
Yes.
Sorry. My question was, so did you know that they say like Ghana, which big up to Ghana, they're building tanks, they're missiles and airplanes today. One of the innovative countries in Africa that's making the military. Back to your military statement, they were saying that one of the 70%, 75% potassium nitrate, which comes from saltpeter, actually matters, and that in Africa they lack a lot of that in the ground, so they didn't have that to use. But places that they did, they used to redesign the gun and fight back with the same weaponry.
Correct. Remember, the Zulus went over there and whooped the dudes that had the guns, took the guns and started using them and they cannons, and they did it with spears. But
and reproduced
yeah,
them.
yeah, when you go to get your cell phone, where do you think the chip comes from?
Congo.
Hello. But the problem is you don't do business right now. You could let me tell you how easy this is. You wanted to start your own cell phone company, you would get phones off of Alibaba. You can get them from Africa if you'd like, through Alibaba. You could go get the chips made directly and start a warehouse for under $500. Pay the people to develop them, have them placed in the phones, and start selling the phones over here. If you could buy the lines, and you don't even have to buy the towers. And you could make makeshift towers, but you could buy lines from Quest or US West, just like T-Mobile, Verizon, etc. did, in
You got
order
to
to
get a
get your
business
cell phone
plan
company
to
off
do
the
that. You're
ground.
right. You're right. Sorry, and this is my question. It is to you because you seem very knowledgeable about it. China, they come over here, they're able to put their Nissan, Toyota, Japan, Asian countries. But we got cars like the Kantanka out of Ghana. How come our leaders don't fight to make car lots and put us to work selling their cars in the West?
Exactly. And what did I tell you the other day? I say my favorite truck right now is that Ghana Star. The Star. That joint is dope. And it runs over all the terrains. It's going to last a whole lot longer than your little Chevy.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
I'd like to say this real quick. As we built, like Nepal said, and like we all know, we built the United States, right? But guess what? We wasn't the author of none of them 27 amendments which run this United States, because we built it for them. They made us build it. They didn't say, come build this thing. They made us build it under a whip and a gun. So what I'm trying to tell you is, when they wrote that Constitution, they didn't have us included in it, and we the one who built it. So all of that right now, it
goes back to military, Suntan.
Listen, man.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It goes back to we got to get our military game right.
Right,
when they destroy black.
Go
ahead.
What I'm trying to tell you is this, man. As they made the 27 amendments, they made the military. We cannot get militant enough to build. We don't have the money, the technology. We had a technology. We just don't have the room to try to challenge the United States at a military war. So
that's our connection. Yeah.
Listen,
that's our connection back to Africa, though, and we got to do that, because when you say the word
I
can't,
understand that, man.
Yeah, because once you say can't, it's over.
Listen, what I'm talking about is right here where we at right now.
Right.
And the situation is at hand, what I'm saying, man, because all of this stuff that we saying is right. It surely is. But it's not going to move unless it has an engine. And an engine that must be put together. Right?
Yeah.
So
well, it's being put together. But it's not being put together here in America. So
that's what I'm saying, man, and that's what we was talking about.
But we're not the only black folk, and we're the least of the black folk, right? So while it's happening in this is why I just said, while it's happening in Africa, and Cass is telling me I ain't no African, I ain't doing business with Africa. That's a distraction. It's already going down. The question is, will you participate in it because it's not on your continent?
Right.
So now let me ask you this, Asar. What about basketball? We playing them in a game. I look like Magic Johnson, like I'm gonna pass it to you, but I pass it to Suntan. I'm over here. I talk about I'm not African. They looking at us and stuck on us. Then he hit him from the back. It might be a ploy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, what you talking about? I've been to Africa.
As long as you're doing it for something right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
Explain this though. We got to keep this in mind. We may be from Africa as a people, but we have for centuries, just like you say, let's say when people in Africa migrate to another place and they are no longer Ethiopian, they become, well, I'm just making it, well, let's say the Sudanese and the Nubian, y'all relate to that, the Nubia and Kemet. We are saying, and we've been very much removed. Get what I'm saying? Like, we know we are one people, but we can't deny that we are not, how do you say, culturally the same. And we have not, our culture still to this day, this is the spit in the face. We built this world when we talk about economy and fashion and education. We came from something and we built it, but they continue to tell us you're just a bunch of dumb, of savage Negro slaves. And then a lot of people on the continent of Africa will not, or maybe they are now. I'm talking about since we've been here, y'all. I'm not talking about recently with the paradigm shift. We didn't get the support. And that's okay. We still, you have a relative. Oh, you don't want to help me? I got it. So now we're over here and we built what we are. And so, yes, I love Africa, but we need to know that we'll hear about a lot of stuff. We always are saying the Nigerians did this. They invented this. Our brothers in Ghana, our sisters we got to fight for the sisters in Somalia. Oh, look what happened over there in, with all this situation in Mali. Yeah, those are our people. But what about with us? No one ever says, gosh, I mean, they say it unofficially, but not on the front street. The slave descendants, the ancestors and the descendants are the people who have not just come through adversity and not just people were, they called it like the genocide. I forgot what you call it what do you call it in the African term, the genocide. No one ever comes out and says they did this. A Black woman created the GPS.
Yes.
Okay. A Black woman, Valerie, I think her name is, Valerie Thomas. I'm getting this right now. Or was it Gladys West? I can't remember. Gladys West.
I get it. Go ahead.
So there, I have a list of all, just a few women that I was going to bring it out. Oh, it's Gladys West. Okay. Then we have Valerie Thomas, a scientist known for the illusion transmitter. She patented in 1980. She developed the technology, transmit 3-dimensional images she worked, is used by NASA. Don't forget the women or computers. What am I saying? These are just people we know of. Mm-hmm. What about back in slavery? Like, I think it was Asar said it or everybody said it. They took everything from us. There is nothing that we are using. Cell phones are created by, yes, Africans and African Americans. Yeah. I know you don't like that term, some of you, but y'all know what I'm saying. So we are a unique people. I would like for more of our brothers and sisters in Africa, and I'm talking to you, Asar and Rakufu, because you stand strong with the Africa and Genesis. Why don't they stand up for us more? I don't want to just be in the forums when you talk to family, Asar, because you got family there. I want them to really get out there. A lot of times I just see them. I have a friend, Kofi Annan's son. His name is Kojo. He's a very good friend of mine. They don't really, as much as I love my Nigerian friends, they just still look down on us. They do. And it's not like I'm trying to be like FBA, but they look at us like, oh, you Negroes don't really, y'all don't really know.
And you're right, Nepal. I gotta say,
but I love them. I love them.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about that. So go ahead.
Not all of them do. And another thing that you do know, I know you know this, media is geared not like in America. A little Black kid gets A's, he masters chemistry. He's barely on the news, but little Ray and Pookie, they're on the next news about they shot up a party, or so it's the way information is being transferred that you're not getting it like you want to get it, because you're not, I'm not, and none of us are free enough to get it. Like, we're still being manipulated and colonized on their side with colonization in their countries, telling them don't mess with the Black American. So the majority of us, we got to break free from that and be able to have media where you can go on channel ADA, African Descendants of America, and see, oh, today Black Americans are trading with Africans, and they're blowing up and expanding their neighborhoods in Compton and Watts based on travels over there and buying raw material and having it sent. We don't see none of that, because neither one of us have lobbied our leaders for a connection, a language connection, spiritual rituals to learn our culture in the West Coast. Or not, when I say that, because most of us come from the West and the Central, that to learn those things, and we barely got Kwanzaa, and then people don't like that. I mean, I'm just saying. So to have a connection with them, I think would be a great thing, like Garvey was trying to do with the boat, so that we could trade raw material, so that way if the Pa opens up a hair shop, she can sell her hair at her shop, getting it from the raw material in Ghana at $1 a pound, where she don't have to sell it for $3 a pound, because we don't know retailally she's buying it from the Asian who's selling it to her for $2. For her to make a dollar, she got to sell it for $3, but he's right next to her competing and he's selling it for $1. Who are you going to go to?
Right.
That's what we as leaders need to start thinking on. We've been out of slavery since 1865. What leaders have lobbied that we learn Yoruba? Now I'm talking about the language, so that we can trade and talk to our people. You can stay Christian, Muslim, whatever you want to do, but if you can speak the language, that connects you to the family. And me and Nepal brought this up before. We didn't even need the DNA test. You can show distinct sickle cell that it connects us with West Side, where those is our people.
What do you think, Star? Thank you, Rakufa.
Hey, y'all want to hear this? Look, I just looked this up, y'all, real quick. Michael Jordan will be the first Black athlete to appear on a U.S. coin, according to Forbes.
Oh, wow. Well, guess what? You made me think of another friend of mine, Brian Thompson, first African-American man, or even African-American, to design the most. Let me stop. Wait, let me stop. What's the most popular bill, federal note, that you know of today that's talked about in all of society, like all the rap songs? What do they call it? What's that bill?
The Benjamin.
Benjamin.
The blue face, the blue note, faces.
Right? Yeah.
Guess who? I talked to him several times. He said, I don't know why. I wanted to put a blue strip in it. You get what I'm saying? Wow. He put that blue strip. A Black man.
Wow.
And it was his idea. He's like, I just thought it would be cool to have, he didn't say it like that, but he's like, I just wanted to put a blue strip in it. Wow. Look how it picked up. The $100 bill, he designed that. That's us. Don't you get it? Like on a very, like, on that level of even art and the power of that note. Like how it took off.
The Nepal scaring me, because not scaring me, but making me feel like, wow, this is just coincidental. This one dude said, it was a comedian. I think it was either Richard Pryor or something. He said what? He said the Black man created the light. Guess what the white man created? A ticket.
See, there you.
They be taxing our stuff.
That is so wild, indeed. Yes, there you go. No, there you go. Tariffs. Here he is over. We got to put more tariffs on this. We can get them imports. Like, yes, and that is his power. That is his way.
Can I ask anybody a question?
Wow, that's interesting.
Start with you, Nepal. What is the greatest invention that the white man created? Everybody get
patent
a chance.
Office. The patent office.
Thank you.
Yeah, I heard that before too.
That was beautiful. Who said that?
Yeah, I did something. That was Revelation. You guys was talking.
He revealed it.
Wow.
I keep saying it in my head while you were speaking, but I let you guys talk. But it's not amazing to me, because I know for a fact that we invented everything. And just like what you said, Santan, the only thing that they invented was the patent office. So when they see our inventions, they can just patent it, and
So or taxes. Right. They tax it. Yeah.
Yeah,
same with the Rothschilds, and this isn't racism. This now we're talking facts. See, when we say, the European, we got to talk very, very distinct talk distinctively about what it is they do. And I'm not even just, again, I'm even seeing some stuff too. This whole, the white man this, the white man that, there's a bloodline. And now I'm getting into my deep Illuminati bag. Yes, I am. I found out there's Africans, Asians, you know, we got Arabs that are part of that elite so-called bloodline. And we sit up and they put these social constructs on us, and they tell us, well, you better fight because it's easy to be xenophobic when you look at somebody. Oh, look, we fight amongst ourselves. FBA, ABOs, timid versus Israel. So people, so they know people are gonna say it's easy. Like, oh, that person's got got red hair, blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin. They're not one of me. But they are not doing that up at their level. They're saying, what do you got? What's your history? What's your DNA? What's your family bloodline? What's in your bank account? What's in your file? Who are you blackmailing? Who are you extorting? Who's been keeping the family secret for centuries? Okay, come on in. And while we sit back and we're like, you know, there's that other Negro who's from Africa, but I'm a Negro from America. I want to fight you, you know. Or there's that white, even the thing. There's that white man, and I'm not gonna get into white people because, you know, white people. Look, I'm gonna tell you a lot of the paradigm is already. We are already on. We did a full turn up, y'all. It is not. We gotta stop. We'll never forget that there's racism, but beyond the racism, it is a foolish system. What do we always do? When I'm gonna take it back to spirituality, we rise above those who are not smart enough or wise enough or spiritual enough, and that is us as a people. While they fight and talk about get out of here, you NIGGER, and I don't mess with them, and slavery wasn't real. We know that we have to rise above them. We don't have to kiss their butts, but we got to rise above them and stop with this whole, I see a white man coming, so let me see it. People could mistake what I'm saying because I deal with racism a lot where I am. I mean, on another level though. See, when I walk in a place, they don't look at me and go, "Oh, I think she might be Latin American, black Latina." They say, "Who's this black? Here comes this black lady," and then they start treating me a certain way. So I have learned to navigate through their system and be smarter and be able to rise above. And I used to get triggered, but now I know. They're ignorant. They're locked in a system just like everybody else. You understand? I mean, I'm going off this topic, but y'all, I just want to say, when we talk about paganism, all this paganism is bad and the word, it's derogatory. We always have to flip words. We flip the B word, we flip the N word, we flip everything. So don't be like, don't call me a pagan. And some of my Israelite brothers and sisters are listening to me saying, "Oh, Nepal, you're a pagan. You're a pagan too." You know, you worshiping El, you worshiping Jesus. Come on. Anyway, y'all, I'm done. Thank you so much for letting me ramble. But
hold up, Santan. Answer this. This is a little bit off of a little bit off topic, but I don't know if Santan knows this. It's a two-part question. The first part of it was. Suntan's old enough to know this. You remember the movie Moses, right?
Right.
With Charleston Heston. So you remember how what's his name? The one that was the Hebrew, but he sold out the Hebrews to get a little money. Edward G. Robinson.
Right.
That's the kind of that's what she's saying. Like, we'll do that in this secret societies. We don't even know they're around. But my thing was this: there's a brother from Detroit, where we from, that started a community in South Carolina called Oyotunji Village. They made the movie Roots in there. It was the year I was born, 1970. He started it. Up until now, it's still a running society down there. So it was something like the Dr. York thing, but it didn't have the scandal behind it. And we never even do a show about how have you guys been in 40 years? What have you been? You know, we need to do something one day. I just want to throw that out there because they don't have no scandal there. And they've been around for about 40 years. They left Detroit in 1970, and he opened it up, and it's been running.
Well, the whole movie. Get the information, Rakufu, and do a show on it.
Yeah, I need to get in
You can
contact.
ask
I need
for
to do
Paul
it.
or Sinetta. You know, the Parker
Okay,
said
yeah.
That's interesting. I want to hear more about that, but I'm sorry to the people who are in the back. I didn't even see you. I switched to my phone. I see somebody, brother-in-law is going to come in, and I see Ngolo, and then I want to get Asar. I thought you were on the panel. I was like, why is Asar so quiet? So go ahead, brother-in-law.
Ain't Morpheus there?
Is Morpheus there?
I
It
don't
looked
see
like
him.
Morpheus up above me. Who's that with the
Easy band?
That's Easy
that's
Band.
easy. He got the Morpheus.
Yeah, that's Morpheus. Yeah, that's Morpheus right there.
But he got Morpheus picture. I see it. Okay.
That's the real Morpheus, bro.
Yeah.
Easy Band said this the real Morpheus. Okay, brother-in-law, peace. Assalamu alaikum. What would you like to add?
Peace, brother-in-law.
Peace,
brother-in-law.
He probably walked
Can
away.
you hear us, brother-in-law?
No, there you go. There
Yes,
you
I
go.
can. Peace and blessings to you all. Walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shukrana for one. Jazakallah. Yeah, man.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim.
The Muslims are going off. Peace and blessings, brother.
Easy.
Allahu Akbar. Takbir.
Iyaka budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Idina siratal mustaqim.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim.
How many Muslims do we have on the panel?
They over here, God, they doing full salat over here.
So basically, everybody on the panel is Muslim besides Revelation X and me and Sundown.
No, I'm not no Muslim. I know the El Fatiha.
Yeah,
I just greet my brother properly. That's my story.
Okay, let's let the brother speak. Go ahead. That was cool. Go ahead.
I basically jumped on the panel more so to compound on what Lasar was speaking about in regards for the relationships between African Americans and Africans. To truthfully be honest with you, most Africans don't want to hold a relationship with Africans. Most African Americans don't want to hold a relationship with Africans. They just don't.
Yep.
That's conditioned in slavery.
That's kind of the problematic piece to it. Like for me, and at least the new African Americans don't, because I know around my time,
man,
we was always kicking it with our African. And right
man,
now,
Chuck
to
D,
this
Public
day,
Enemy, X-Clan.
yeah, we always kicking with African. My partner Ahmed now, I call him on a regular basis. We, I look after his daughter when necessary, all of that, and his brothers, all that. So for me, it's this, right? Because I think for some weird reason, all of a sudden we got a culture bug where we think if we're doing business with Africans, we're going to lose our culture, and that's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is you're going to expand your culture and probably expand your understanding in economics in a way that you've never seen before. A lot of people say it's difficult to become a millionaire, but if you do business with home at the rate that you can do business with home at, you're going to see a raise in your economics, especially if you're a creator or I want to do a shoe company. Guess what? You can get the shoes made physically right. You know what I'm saying? That people don't really comprehend what they're leaving behind. So what happens is no different than the Chicanos. Chicanos get called funny names by people from Mexico directly.
That's real. The
No
Pisces.
different than Russians. Russians who have been over here and grew up over here, they get called funny names by their Russian counterparts. But you know what they don't stop doing? Business.
That's
This is what
real.
Nobody's that stupid except for us. So
that's the one thing though,
yeah.
Is that
And
the reason why I support the FBA movement is because I think that it needs to be some clarity. People need to know what's going on, who's doing what, and that way it allows you to also organize and help yourselves. Like you guys know about the saying, you can't help nobody until you help yourself first. You're in a plane when there's something going on. First, they tell you that use your own mask to yourself first, and then see if you can help anybody else. But that's my point when it comes to the FBA thing. Y'all need to organize, come together, organize, and then you can help start relationships with Africa, etc.
Help yourself first, right, Easy Man?
You have to organize.
Yeah. Okay, well, Easy Man, I want to ask you, because you're over there in England. What do you guys? What is the name for you guys in England and in Europe? Okay.
This last thing, right?
One mic.
You need to organize in that way. You can lobby, just like the way you have AIPAC that lobbies for Israel, bro.
Right. You're right. Now I want to ask you, what do you guys have? Like, we got the FBA, ADA, different names for us distinctly. What does the European black call himself?
What is the European black? What
ain't you in England? You're in England, right?
No, I'm in Canada, fam.
Oh no, okay, my bad. I'm bad. Okay.
I'm out here with y'all.
What they call each other in British over
Yeah, what do they say in Canada? What do y'all call?
In French,
and British over in Canada.
Oh, they just expats. It's a whole different dynamic. They're just expats. Most of them are just first, second generation immigrants.
Yeah, remember
they haven't been over
Harriet
there
Tubman when they went
for no
to
longer
Michigan, Detroit
time.
for what is it called? The Underground Railroad. They went through Detroit. Remember, Santan?
Oh yeah. So
I don't think he's a descendant of them people though. He's an immigrant from the continent.
Yeah, I'm Zambian.
Right.
I just live in Canada right now.
But are they over there? Are they over there? Easy Bands, black descendants from the Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad.
I know a lot of them. Rakufu.
Yeah, because you live 20 minutes away, Santan. Yeah.
I know we can look right across the river to Canada.
That's right.
Like, y'all know that basketball player, like, I think it's Alexander something.
Shea Gilgeous.
He comes from a famous like black family in Canada. Like, they even have like a highway named after them.
Hey, you know,
these people are from the Caribbean though.
Okay.
That's the
people that's from the
though.
Caribbean though.
Now
I mean straight directly from is it any famous or blacks that came from the struggle of the Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad that we know in Canada
It probably
families?
Now you can look it up right
now. It probably is.
Yeah, let me look that up. Okay.
Yeah, all you gotta do is do your thing.
What we did,
pull them up.
What we did just there is try to relabel a bunch of black people that still descend from Africa.
Yeah, it's really dumb.
No, they all from Africa.
It makes no sense.
Exactly my point.
And that's why I said cats think they're gonna lose their culture or something. You don't go into any business relationship with the idea that everything is hunky-dory. No, you still got to be a shrewd businessman, businesswoman at the end of the day. What you want to do, though, is establish the market with each other. You want to establish that dollar with each other, those resources, because that's where you're from. And economically, you will when the Mexican comes over here, the first thing that they, especially if you've been watching how the cartels are washing money, and not even just the cartels, just people who do trucking. I don't want to label every trucking. Right now, they're coming over here. They're starting trucking businesses. You can go right to Laredo, Texas, and watch this. They'll set up a farm. So they got their animals. They're bringing cows and stuff from Mexico. They set up a gas station, a truck station like the one I'm at right now. And they start to funnel that money over here or over there as they grow it over here. And then they have land over there. They're employing their people over there because they're running a major business, and they've got a trucking company that runs the resources from Mexico, which America still does business with, to bring resources over. It's where most of our food comes from, over to America, as well as start to dip into the gas and oil field. Now, one of the biggest, even bigger than a lot of Arab locations, probably bigger than them now, for oil is Nigeria.
No.
And other places in Africa. Anthony, you don't see Anthony Joshua waiting for some type of contention plan before he goes to visit Nigeria. He going over there. You see 50 Cent, all of them, they all go over there, and it's because of a couple things.
But one, you also need political power, and that's what I'm talking about, man.
You don't need political power. Who's running for president? You running for president?
You what?
You don't need all that. They have that. There are black presidents over there.
Let me tell you what.
But we'll
get to that in a second. Hold up, let me land my plane real quick. Because if you're thinking, and I'll touch on that, and you come right with it. if you're thinking that you have to run the country, no, that's not your job. You don't run this country. You can't go over there and run their country when you're not even familiar with their culture. Your job is to reintegrate so that you understand their culture, so you can
What
make
else?
money with their culture. Once you're making money with their culture and your culture that you're bringing over to establish it, you're going to become rich, because Burner Boy is not singing African hymns. He's singing hip hop. You seeing African cats singing hip hop right now. They doing what you
Right.
doing over here,
I'm
and
sorry,
you
but this
doing what they do over
that's the
there.
thing.
You
If
still
you look at a
dressing.
country, if you look at a
Go ahead.
country like Israel, if you look at a country like Israel, it's a small, tiny little country over there in the Middle East. But I mean, it has the power of the whole African continent put together. Like it's bigger than that,
How?
you know? And
How?
how exactly? That's
Only
my point.
militarily.
That's
Only
my point.
militarily.
And they don't have any natural resources like we do. They don't have none of that, right?
Who
But
backs
how
it?
do they have? But hold on, how do they have all this power? And that's my
Who
point, bro.
backs it? That's
The
where I
U.S.
ran
Because
right
of
to the
it's
point.
because of
Who
their big
backs
brother.
it?
That's why.
And this is my point.
America.
Exactly.
But
Exactly my
America.
point.
America, right? And this is my point, bro.
America.
Bro, let
So
me
guess
fucking
what's going to happen if you go to
Yo,
Africa?
let me land, bro. Let me land, bro. So look, this is my point: is that what you guys need to do over here, the FBAs, is organize, make
FBA is not
groups
organized.
make lobby groups like
It will never happen, brother. It will
like
never
organize
happen.
groups like APAC, where you can lobby politicians and get the right politicians in office that'll be favorable to Pan Africanism.
But wouldn't
Okay.
the FBA have to
Can
be
brother,
federally
that's what I'm
It
recognized
will never
first?
happen.
you got to
Wouldn't the
understand
FBA have to be federally recognized first?
No,
What's
you
that?
don't even need to
So
do none of that stuff.
no,
If you
yeah,
want to be a
all of that stuff
lobbyist,
is
yeah,
you
if
can
you
go
want to be a
straight to the
lobbyist
source.
in
You don't got
another
to do all that
country,
stuff.
you
to
just need
answer the
to have some
question,
paper
Look,
and you
so
need to go over there and
One
chop
mic,
it up.
one
This
mic.
is
Fact.
why they gave,
one
this
mic,
is
one
why they,
mic, one mic,
let
this
me
is
tell
why they
y'all
get,
why, man.
one
this is
Because
why
control,
they
one
gave
mic.
Akon,
Go and then
colonize,
look,
bro.
go.
Africa is
this
colonized.
this is why they
You can't
gave
do nothing
Akon all
because
that land when he went back to Senegal, because he had money. He had nothing to do with the president. The president recognized that he was doing hip hop and he had a big following in America. He went over there and went back and started to buy land. In fact, me and my partner Ahmed also started to buy land over there. So he's got stuff over there now that's set up. Akon
let
had
me ask
land
you
and he was
why
backed by
why
billionaires
why
So
is
so
Africa
so let
why
me
is
say,
Yes,
Africa
yes.
being developed?
with
Hold on,
just an
Santan, did
hold
it
idea.
answer?
He never
on.
had
One
to
Is
go
mic,
into
y'all.
office.
Let,
hold
let
up,
me let
one mic.
Asar park. Excuse me,
Yeah.
thank you, Rakufu. Go ahead and park your car,
Yeah,
so to speak, Asar, and then I want to hear from Kim Netter. He just joined. He hasn't
yeah,
spoken. Go ahead.
yeah.
Just let me
So
know when
when
I
he
can
went
speak
over there,
thereafter.
it was when he went over there, it was
Okay.
very very simple. And this is why right now, one of the things that is the problem is he's getting hit with fraud because he took money from billionaires and never built the location that he was supposed to build. So when you
Right,
go over there,
right.
you don't need any of this extracurricular stuff that Kat is talking about. If you want to be a lobbyist, you just need to be famous or have some money and have some moxie about yourself,
So
because
what
it's
you
not
saying
ran like America or like Canada or like other countries which you would
Western.
call organized. You need
what you
to
saying
Yeah.
step
like Venezuela?
Yeah, you need to step in, know what you're doing, have your idea, and be ready to see your plan through to the end. It's really
What
that
what
simple.
just happened in Venezuela, bro?
So, real
Kim
Yeah,
quick,
Netter,
excuse me,
Kim
Africa
Kim
and
Netter,
Netter.
Kim
Venezuela.
Netter.
Yeah.
Real quick, I was gonna let Kim Netter go. I just want to say this before you go, brother. I think I heard Brother Law last time you sat on the panel for a while. So, Brother Law, if you wanted to get in and say something, I know you don't talk that long, and then we'll let if Kim Netter will just let me do that. Did you try to say something, Brother Law?
What I had said whenever everybody's finished, when given the opportunity, I would like to speak. I don't know how the structuring of how you guys have it set up when one person speaks and the next person speaks. When everybody is free and I'm capable of speaking, I'll speak.
Yeah.
And
Nepal just
Okay, thank
paused
you.
on the
All right,
Nepal,
Kim
you
payment
just
Netter.
loans,
came in,
bro.
Nepal, and I was telling Suntan told me to look it up, so I just want to say this and get off the mic. The Living
Okay.
Canadian Families with Underground Railroad ancestry, that people thus who came from here went underground, went to Canada, is the Henson family, the Shea, this is just 10 families, the Shea family, the Abbott family, the Freeman family, Lightfoot family, King family, and Anderson family, Brown family, Jackson family, and Wilson family still have descendants living in Canada 2026. So go ahead.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. Kim Nutter, go ahead.
Thank you.
Peace to the panel. I didn't really watch. I just noticed y'all was live right now, so I jumped in. And it don't sound like y'all on the topic of what it was, so I'll just wait so I can hear what y'all on, and I'll try to respond in a little bit.
Okay.
Well, thank you for saying that. I do want to bring it back to, I saw that Chuck Morgan has said, hey, I have a recommended discussion. Sumerian, is it Black African? I want to talk more about this, about the Sumerian gods, and not just the Sumerian gods, but the Canaanite gods. I'm coming full circle back to the topic of paganism, worship. I know this is a great conversation, though, so I kind of tweaked the title and put who is in power. But I do want to get back to the topic of paganism, because would you say, let me ask you, talking about capitalism in this country,
Okay.
I know that it's founded on religion. I know that Protestantism is basically one of the tenets of Protestantism is work and making money and capitalism and things like that. Would you say that this country is founded on paganism, and talk about the type of paganism that it's founded on? I want to go to Ngolo. I didn't really get to hear from you. What do you think? Is this country founded on paganism? And explain a little bit, go into it. Sonetter, I don't know why this is actually your whole family up here. Rakufu, Suntan, Asar, Brother-in-law. These are Kim Netter. These are the same people that you have. Sonetter, these are the same people you have on your channel all the time. These are your, I don't get it when I'm doing a live, y'all, and it's going well.
I actually wanted to ask, like, and I seen it, and I had to come to my attention. The Wiz have informed me about it. They're saying that it was the podcast
and why are you
of
why are you summer jamming that, honey? Why?
like all these chumps. Like, where did that come from?
I don't even. Honestly, I'm not gonna, brother-in-law. I don't want you to get involved with this. I don't. It's okay. He's probably joking around, and honestly,
y'all brothers and sisters have a good night, man. I apologize. Y'all have a good night, man. I'm gonna get off.
Peace.
I'm not gonna.
So Sonetter, honey, this is your channel. I totally respect you, but this is a great build, and these are actually regulars on your channel. I mean, I don't know, but it's okay. I just want, the only reason I brought it up because you summer jammed it. I was ignoring it. Okay, so I guess it's wild 2026, baby. We're in the third day. According to Web Reverend Whoop-Ass, we're not even in a new year. So I want to ask again, paganism. Is this country based on paganism, or is it just, is it really just monotheistic? And when I say paganism, let me get away from that word. Is this country a monotheistic country that only believes in one God? Or are we in a clandestine way worshiping gods of the old land, like Kemetic gods?
Can I give you a quick answer?
Yes, please do that. Thank you.
So I believe that there's a facade where they act like, it's a Christian nation, et cetera, and then you have the underpinnings or the details where you find they're worshiping, like you said, old pagan gods, or having different type of rituals. We had I don't know if you guys know or are familiar with Alex Jones, but
yes,
I'm sorry, I forgot. Most of these men are like women. They get emotional more than women. My bad. I shouldn't have did that. I forgot who I was dealing with when I deal with these brothers. My bad.
Yeah. All right. So you guys, I don't know if you're familiar with Alex Jones, but Alex Jones did an expose.
Alex Jones for sure. He's been canceled. You're talking about Prison Planet? Okay.
That crazy dude. Yeah. So he what made him popular is that he did an expose where he found this place that was called Bohemian Grove. And
oh yeah, well yeah.
I don't know if everybody else is familiar with it, but he basically showed.
Let me just do a quick. I promise I won't take the mic from you too long. Who hasn't heard of Bohemian Grove on the panel? Anybody?
Me.
Okay, go
I know
ahead,
about
Easy
it.
Bands.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Easy Bands.
Yeah, so Bohemian Grove, basically it was like it's like a place where all these famous elites and people that, you know, form the reality of where the U.S. is headed, you know, in the
Yes,
future.
sir.
They basically plan everything, right? And they go to these resorts, and one of them is called the Bohemian Grove. And while they're at that resort, they go in. They have these practices where they do. They have ritual practices, and they worship ancient gods like Moloch, etc. So, Alex
And
Jones.
a 26-foot owl. I'm sorry, but they also have a 26-foot owl that they do the worship in front of.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
It's an owl, and they used to allegedly sacrifice human, you know, like actually black people actually, but now they just
it's not even alleged, and they did children. You're talking about, but we got to be careful. But yeah, you're right.
It was children, yeah, but now they just use an effigy. So you have presidents that attend these places, right? Presidents and people in like high places. So I'd say that on the facade they say that it's a Christian nation or whatever, but behind the scenes there's other stuff going on, paganism.
Okay, yeah, I totally agree with you on that. That owl is basically a representation of Moloch.
Yeah,
and all the presidents go there. So
yes, ma'am.
So that's an interesting topic we can get into. When we talk about, that's the part where people don't want to be called pagans, because we're talking about the sinister side of paganism, where they are harming a lot of blood sacrifice. I think I want to get into that. You know, that's my bag. A lot of blood sacrifice behind all kinds of. Who's laughing? Asar. Yeah, you know, Asar, you know, y'all, if you know, you've listened to me. Blood sacrifice is really the basis of, I'm gonna say, every spiritual system has some type of blood sacrifice. Am I wrong?
Just about.
Not
Yeah.
all of them. I wouldn't
Just
say
about.
all of them.
Jesus,
Okay.
the blood of Christ. You got the blood of a star, which
Buddhism.
they did. Yeah,
I mean,
just
if you
about
say
all of
no, I would like to get an example of who doesn't have one then.
Buddhism.
Yeah, the Bible.
I
Buddhism.
think even Buddhism has something like
Buddhism used to cut themselves, and also everything has got to be. You got to put yourself through a lot of shame and a lot of degradation. And
I don't
so
know if it's blood sacrifice though.
I think they did with the Tibetan monks. There's something I can't remember.
It's
I
not in
gotta
the
look that up.
Orthodox practice though. Like as far as the tenets of most Orthodox Buddhism, it doesn't involve sacrifice for the most part. Now, it like what the
Right.
brother just said as far as abstinence, abstaining from certain pleasures to build discipline, and just for exercise means, but no, they're not sacrificing animals to no
Right.
entity or anything of that nature.
Even
True.
I'm
They
sorry,
don't
bro. I'm not
sacrifice
cutting you
animals.
across, but even though the Rastafarian community, they don't deal with any type of blood sacrifice, whether it be the Bobo Shanti or the Orthodox, the Bingi Man or the 12 tribe. But can somebody confirm for me if Islam does any sort of blood sacrifices? Because I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, I've seen them do I don't know about blood sacrifice, but I've seen them do the halal animal butchering.
Okay,
I've
Yeah,
seen
that's
them do that.
for halal.
Mhm.
But they not sacrificing it to no entity though. That's considered haram in their religion.
Yeah, they're gonna eat it,
Right.
right?
I mean, they
Yeah.
It's not really a sacrifice
yeah.
though.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's not, but I have seen them do the halal, like pray over the animal. However,
Yeah.
before it was Islam, and Brother Law had to go, but before it was considered just the way it is, like an Abrahamic faith, it did start out as a pagan faith. And when I say pagan, they worship like the three sisters, the daughters of a what was the name of the goddess? One was named Alat.
A lot.
And I
Yeah, a
know,
lot.
I'll lose
So
it.
did they do blood sacrifice
Yeah,
then, right?
the Kaaba was a place for idols in the beginning, according to their narrative. So yeah, I mean that was present all through pre-Islamic Arabia.
Yeah,
Word.
let's go back even a little further to the different sects, right? So the Sufi and the Shia cut themselves to emulate a certain
Ali, Ali.
I think it's
Yeah, the
when
blood of Ali.
Muhammad.
Remember the war?
I don't know if it's the blood of Ali, but I believe it was when Muhammad got when he deals with the Isra Miraj, when he goes up to heaven and he finds out about the 5 prayers. They said he was covered in a lot of blood. So some of them do it for that, and some of them do it for another reason. So they also deal with the blood as well.
Let me Google that.
Yeah, when they cut themselves with the sword specifically, that's for Ali to pay deference to him. But I mean, like, what you're saying is just sectarian, because majority of Sunnis will consider that to be haram. What they
but
do.
Sunnis are now. Sunni wasn't the original, so
Yeah, no,
that's
you
what it's
correct.
based
Yeah,
on, right? But
They
when
do
we
it for
go
religion.
to
It said they do it for religious mourning, not because of self-hatred. The core reason, the central tragedy is the death of Hussein ibn Ali.
Okay, so then they do it for that. I think the Shia do it for a different reason, which I think is for the Islam Miraj. But when we talk about Buddhism, which is usually based off of not Punjabiism but Hinduism, Hinduism has the deal with Shiva, Lady Shiva, who they do blood rituals for her, because you see her eating the warriors on the battlefield, as my ex-wife used to tell me the story how it went. So you also have blood with them. So it's pretty much everywhere. It's just that, like, even later in even in the Shimsu culture, it went from getting hyena blood and true mouse blood to doing it divinity by sunlight, divinity by moonlight, divinity by water, etc., etc. So each one of these starts to come out over time.
Yeah,
Even
and then
Christians symbolically,
there was human sacrifice.
eat the bread,
I
the
know that,
flesh,
right?
and they
Yeah,
drink the blood of
we would
Christ.
kill enemies in front of the altar of the Tsar. Yeah.
Wait, what did somebody say? Just say
I
about
was going to ask y'all
sacrifice.
this: Why would the Christians eat
human
blood?
sacrifice in Kemet? Basically,
Yeah,
even
a lot of shots who would get their head bashed on that altar of a Tsar because
But
you
it's
was a
just,
Shasu, you was
but
invading, you was
it
part of the
deals with
ritual.
blood. It all deals with blood. So how did Christianity become something better when symbolically they still eat flesh and drink human blood in their mind? Who even brought that ritual?
What?
No, it's just symbolic though.
But
You
it shouldn't
remember
even be symbolic. That
it's
should be
like the eating
something
of a Tsar.
extract.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
But it's a
I
religion, brother.
understand.
They gonna have
No,
rituals.
They're gonna
Anybody
have
who thinks that
rituals.
stuff is
back
real
to
is childish.
back to Islam though, they do have a sacrifice. They do it once a year. It's to commemorate what's his name? Ibrahim. They sacrifice, I believe it's a lamb, they said. Let me go back. Well, it didn't say a lamb, it just say an animal.
They eat
They
it.
sacrifice an animal once a year.
Do they eat it?
Yeah.
I didn't see if it said they eat it or not. Let me go down and see.
Yeah,
If they sacrifice, it's haram to sacrifice any animal in order to try to gain any type of. That's just ritualistic. I mean, not ritualistic. That's just commemoration. It's not no sacrifice in the term of what y'all are talking about with quote unquote
They
paganism.
spill blood though, right? Not to cut you off, but they spill blood. Like, I think I've seen them too when people come to visit them, like Muslims. I'm talking about the ones that are the Arab Muslims. They'll like cut the throat of a goat at the door.
Yeah.
And for to welcome people. Anybody heard of that or no?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of just sex. There's a lot of
Okay,
sex
so
in
I'm looking
Islam.
at what happened to the meat. It said they got to treat it humanely. They got to be cared for. They got to slaughter it properly, and then 1/3 go to the family, 1/3 go to the relative, and 1/3 go to the poor and hungry.
I think that's the same thing
that's
I'm
for
talking about
consumption.
right there.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
So
But all the
when
thing he's asking is it a blood ritual? It is a blood ritual.
it's
I
a blood
mean, but
It
ritual,
has to be a blood
sacrifice.
ritual
it's not
with
the same
Islam
thing
because
though as
think
quote
about
unquote
it.
paganism though.
Nothing
So
of it
let me
is, and the
let me
Listen,
word pagan ain't pagan. Just means old country. Ngolo, they don't have nothing to do
No,
with
but
I just
religion.
thought
I'm talking about the colloquial term. I know it doesn't
Oh,
literally
okay,
mean the
okay.
okay,
connotation that it gets. It's not
okay,
the quote unquote bloodletting is not to sacrifices for no deity to gain no power as people try
Got you.
to put pigeonhole for paganism.
okay.
Right.
Islam is definitely based on blood sacrifice because it's an Abrahamic faith, and Abraham went to sacrifice his son, and then he
Yes.
sacrificed. So I just thought about that. Like it
yeah.
goes
Mm.
back
Point.
to him sacrificing that the ram instead of his son, and that was a that. So yeah, and then
Yeah,
when you were talking about the thing about them cutting themselves, that reminds me of Catholicism with self-flagellation, where they like
Oh
there's a
yeah, beat
sect of
their back.
Catholicism.
Yep, yep. They beat
Yeah,
themselves.
so the
Yeah.
Yep.
reason I
That's
was
what I
saying about the blood, though, I think that was a good point. You said not Buddhism and
yeah.
not Rastafari. Those are,
Well,
I would say, wouldn't you say those are more how do you say it?
well, Rastafari is more of a direct because y'all believe in Jesus, right?
yeah.
So if you
Yeah,
believe in Jesus,
they also do, but in terms of blood sacrifice, they don't even eat. Well, most of them, sorry, they wouldn't even eat meat because they say that
Yeah, that's right.
the
right?
fish and the
Also,
chicken and
they believe in Jesus.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
they're,
of
Yeah,
they're
they
course,
think
Also,
Haile
basically
so then
Selassie
it's based
Jesus.
on blood sacrifice.
the
Then
blood.
Yep,
Yeah,
no,
it's
no,
yep.
it's
no.
the
blood
blood.
Nah, but
Somebody
they don't
said
believe in Jesus Christ though. They think Haile
Some
Do.
Selassie is Christ.
somebody
No,
said
Oh
highly said,
damn!
the highly
listen,
Okay,
please.
but look on the Islam joint right at the bottom, it do say what it is not. It says it's not a human sacrifice, it's not a blood ritual or a cult practice. It's not done for magic or supernatural power. It says that it's a religious, charitable tradition, small in spirit. So they saying that it's not a blood
Are you
culture.
talking about Islam?
Yeah, for
yeah,
Islam,
he's
it's
talking
That's
Yeah,
what
about
I
but
the
just
what I was
said.
sacrifice of that
asking is
animal.
them
The
based.
hadith.
It may not be now. That's why I was kind of trying to still look into Buddhism. But I'm not
Right.
Well,
saying now, but it did begin with
Right.
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
blood
Well,
they
sacrifice. So
definitely
yeah.
did.
oh well, yeah. If you
The-
asking how it began, absolutely. That yeah.
Yeah.
That,
Modern
So
modern
Can I say
Orthodox
something really
Islam is
quick,
nowhere
Papa?
near what
Please, thank you.
Mohammedanism was when it started.
yeah, it's
Like
back
it's
right.
in the
totally
day.
it's
You know,
totally
they're not
different than
doing
what it
that
is
stuff.
now.
They're not
Let
doing
me
that
Can I
stuff
Huh.
say something,
now.
Napa?
well let me.
Sure.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Okay, I just wanted to correct the person or the people that saying that Rastafarians say that Haile Selassie is Jesus Christ. That is a
It's
very
the
big
second coming.
misconception and misunderstanding. First and foremost, if you do the research, you would know that Haile Selassie himself tells everyone that they should seek salvation through Jesus Christ and Jesus Christ alone. So we do
Mm.
believe in Christ, and Haile Selassie tells us that we should seek salvation through Christ. Now, I don't know how would someone tell you to seek salvation through Christ and then the followers think that he's Christ. That is kind of, as
I'll,
much as I understand the biblical narratives with behold, he come riding on the clouds and everything in the book of Revelation that people say Haile Selassie actually fulfilled some of the prophecies. I understand that. But keep in mind at all times that the king himself told you to seek salvation through Jesus Christ. So the narrative that Rastafarians think that Haile Selassie is Christ, that's kind of, it's not really true.
Right.
But
but
I
if
heard it
Right, right.
directly from Rosters though. That's what
So
I'm
the
saying.
yeah,
so the
exactly.
Okay,
So
look,
I
question
real
is
quick,
mean,
it's
y'all,
You
real
very
can't
quick.
get no more
I gotta
Rasta
do
I
than
this.
what
know it's
go on the
contradictory.
toilet.
That's
Look,
why
real
the
quick,
whole
bro.
religion
I
don't make
gotta
sense.
do this because we kind of messed that up. I just read down on the Islam one and asked if it started with a human. It say no, no human actually was sacrificed. It said it was a vision, basically a sacrifice for his son. It said him and his son both accepted the faith, and at that moment, the action of the Creator intervened and stopped it. It said the ram was provided in sacrifice instead, so they actually did
yep.
not sacrifice a person first.
Yeah,
No,
the
yeah, we're
fact,
not.
No,
right?
I
I don't.
said
Nobody
just
But
said that.
blood.
yeah, the
Yeah,
fact,
Blood.
nobody
yeah,
No,
said
no,
that.
I said that
he was
because you said you
correcting with
wanted
the
to know
ram.
if it started with a person or not, but
Yeah,
it was blood spilled first, but just not by a person. It wasn't a
right.
person. Oh.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: as a former Salafi Muslim who can tell you about some of the rituals, which was easy for me to remember, the one where they would cut themselves. When you talk about like everybody in the Abrahamic faith runs from the term pagan, but if we
Right.
go, you know what I'm saying. So if we go to what they start off of, Allah comes from several brothers in the house. He kills them and his father and becomes the sole deity. in their initial old story where he initiates. If we go even earlier than that, or not earlier, if we start to move down further, you have now what is called the isnad, the chain. So when we use this chain, we have to know where each person who said something that is sahih or righteous or a hadith came from. So you have to remember each ancestor that has passed away. That's another part. When we say that ancestor's name, like if I say Abu Bakr, I'm not supposed to just say Abu Bakr. I'm supposed to say Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu. May Allah be pleased with him. When I say Muhammad's name, which is the praised one, because Allah subhanahu wa
Sallallahu alayhi
ta'ala
salam.
gives him exactly sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And then it's supposed to be he who is praised. So in the book it shows Allah giving him praise and the angels giving him praise, and his name means to be praised. So even though we like to divorce ourselves from that term, I enjoy the term. We like to divorce it's still embedded in your faith because of where your faith came from initially. So we can still see it, even though people would like to feel like it's invisible now.
No, that's definitely true. It's all rooted in quote unquote paganism. Even the going around the Kaaba and everything, but that's been well documented. Everybody knows that the Black Stone and all that stuff. But yeah, I just say in a modern sense of how they view it, every Orthodox Abrahamic religion, they're not going to be quote unquote doing no ritual for paganism, because they would be viewed as any blood sacrifice, trying to get any gain from it would be would they would be called in Islam haram, and then Christianity calls it blasphemy, I guess, whatever. But yeah, all of their faith is rooted in paganism.
People got to keep in mind though, pagans had their own religion and it was real to them. So while the Abrahamic faith is casting them out as pagans, they had their own world and their own deities of religion.
That's a good point, Suntan. And a lot
Yeah,
of
and they
so-called
definitely would have
pagans,
been pagans to the people that they call them pagans. They would have been pagans to them. So you're right about that.
They were
But the religion
they
itself is
probably
rooted in the same stuff they
any type
castigate.
of blood sacrifice. They probably wasn't even doing it.
We don't know what they were
No,
doing.
yes, they was. It's documented that
know.
they were. It's documented. That's a documented
Well, you
facts,
can still
especially
find
Islam.
some of the
Okay,
old
hold
blood on
on. So
some of
your
the
brother,
stones.
you're telling me that everybody that did not follow Abrahamic faiths did blood sacrifice, and this is documented? Is that
No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
saying?
No, I'm talking about the origin of it. Yeah, me literally making
okay,
that
the
statement
origin.
would be it would be impossible to empirically prove that. So no, I would not make a categorical statement like that.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I mean, that should be assumed.
Like in Africa, we used to bury our kings with, people like they would kill somebody and bury them with the king,
Yep.
And even in Kemet that happened.
Congo's where you see it first and most, and you see it in ancient Kemet second, and you got short people doing it. But they say the Congo,
Yeah,
and the
yeah. It
people
was
will tell you
definitely
they had.
considered an honor to go with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And
Then they start
that
making the
as well.
Shakti statues,
Yep.
so that the spirit could fit the Ka or the Ba could inhabit it and do the work for them in the afterlife. So
Right.
absolutely.
I just read they took their pets as well.
Yeah, they did it in Zulu land too. The
Yep.
Xhosa and the Zulus.
You see it in the TV show, the Shaka joint.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can see it right there.
That TV show is not accurate though. They interpolated a lot of falsehoods in that movie.
Yeah, well they gotta make it Hollywood. You know that, Nicolo.
No, I'm not saying that the sacrifices definitely occurred though. That's common practice. That's just.
Well,
So N'Golo, would you say the part where it showed Grace Jones walk up to the picture on the tent looking like an Egyptian way down south was kind of make believe?
Yeah, most of that movie was sensationalized.
That made it sound like Egypt was way down South America.
Hold up. You mixing up the two. The one with Hasselhoff is fake.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
that's the one.
Because did y'all see the part? Did you see the part where Grace Jones walked out and she stood next to the wall?
Yeah, well, that was dope. But
That was
the
dope,
first
though.
5, yeah, they did that on purpose. But the first 5 are based on his life, like the
Yeah,
TV
I
series
watched
that
them.
we watched. And you're using real Zulu and Xhosa people when you have that movie. Henry Seeley and all them, and Keze and Dudu and all them, they're from the Zulu clan, literally. So you had them assist with the filmmaker's vision when he did
Facts.
that adapted for television story. But the
Doing that
Hasselhoff
for
one was
Shaka
fake.
was,
That never
bro.
happened.
Could you
Doing that
imagine
for
the
Shaka, though,
queen
man.
being down that far down in South Africa with a picture of like a hieroglyphic or Egyptian Nubian temple, and she walks out, sits next to him, grabs his hand, and right next to the picture, she emulates the picture like she was a Nubian queen way up in Nubia, deep down in South. That was dope, though. That was
That was
dope.
dope.
That was hell yeah.
That was the dopest part of
No,
that
it's
second.
been a minute since I seen
Oh,
the initial
okay.
documentary that they did as far as the TV series. I just read the primary documents in the documentation of the oral history because I know that documentaries be fake. But a lot of the stuff that I had seen, I think that they didn't even show the accurate how he really died because he didn't die for no Europeans in real life. He
No, his
was killed
brother
by his
killed
brother.
No, they didn't
Nah,
show him die. They
yeah,
showed him die from his family in the movie. In the
yeah.
his
Okay.
family killed him. Yeah.
No,
We talking
Yeah.
about the
It's been
TV
a
show.
minute since I seen that.
yeah, they showed not Dingy
Diggy
Swile's
Swallow.
son.
No, that's correct.
His
You were right.
son.
It's Diggy Swallow.
Yeah. No, but Dingy Swile was his friend. His brother who took over the Ufa Simba, he's one, and his other brother, when they banded together to kill him, they went to go lobby, and this was so stupid because Shaka was already winning the war. When he dies, that's when the Zulus start to lose the war. And then
Yeah.
he goes over there after they kill him with Dingy Swile's son. You're right.
There,
Uh,
there,
to try
there's
to
no other. Okay, go ahead.
well, they try to sit down with Elizabeth or whatever, and she's like, "We not doing no deals with no Zulus right now, especially with your main leader dead. It's about to go down," and then it did.
Hey,
No, what
They
anybody
Shaka
ever
decided
Zulu
that
notice?
did needs to
Anybody ever
happen
notice
today.
how the Zulu are the only people from an old, what they call old society, to be the modern army that's recorded in historical fact? Is there any other people from an older society that beat a modern army with tanks? And because they said they beat with the
They didn't
Gatling gun,
have
they had
tanks,
the
brother.
Gatling gun, not tanks. That's what I meant.
The
With the
Haitians,
I know, no
got
tanks,
cuckoo.
no tanks. I'm talking about straight Gatling
Cuckoo.
guns.
The
they,
Haitians.
The
the Haitians
Haitians,
beat
okay.
Ethiopians did it
France.
as well.
Yeah,
I'm
The
asking.
Haitians
I'm
had
John,
asking.
cannons and
Yeah, okay.
everything.
But
But I
John
mean,
Francois
it was
beat
common for them
France.
to win battles. It was just they just couldn't sustain it because
Okay.
it was hard to sustain because again you had the technological advances and they would just get reinforcements.
Well,
I
the
had read
So it was a
problem
somewhere in
lot of
with
history.
battles, man.
Yeah, I
well, the
had read
problem with
somewhere in history
Shaka.
where the Zulu were the only ones that beat a
Yeah,
modern
Shaka
army with
beat
an
them up,
archaic
but
army. Yeah,
no, because Jean Francois Champollion, or not French Champollion, but Jean Francois,
Dessalines. That's all.
he beat he beat France when they came
Yeah,
over there, and
right,
then
yeah.
he said, give us guns and we'll give you peace. But when Shaka does it, the problem with Shaka is after he does it, he goes on this crazy fast. Like you'll think fasting for a month in Islam where you can eat at night is. He went where they would fast for 3 months. You couldn't eat anything. If you be found caught eating anything, he'd kill you. Stuff like that. So the people, they was like, man, he can't be the leader, even though he's prophesized about. He's crazy, and so his brothers killed him. And then after they killed him, the war was definitely over because he without his leadership in war, they were never going to beat the Europe.
well, I remember Aunt checked me on that. Aunt checked me on that with this, and I had to concede. I looked it up. Shaka, it says, because I just hit it again. Shaka never fought the white people at war. It says you're basically correct with one important clarification. Shaka Zulu did not fight Europeans in a formal war. What is true, Shaka Zulu never fought a war against Europeans. Europeans were mostly confined to the Cape Colony. Shaka ruled far to the east, KwaZulu Natal. Contact was limited. But Shaka's wars were entirely African wars. Who Shaka actually fought? Shaka's military campaigns were against neighboring African
polities, but the
The
Zulu
Delta.
army fought the
Yeah.
Europeans.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
he
they
took
fought
charge
them.
of the
They fought
Zulu
Europeans
army.
after he
Yeah, he the
died.
one who sent them out there to die. Remember what
Yeah.
he told the brother? He said, "Can your king decide your life?" They was like, "No, Jesus does." He said, "Can your king send you to war?" Yeah. Then your king can decide who you.
Yep.
So
Yeah, he made
King
them look
Georgie.
stupid.
King Georgie.
yeah, George didn't fight in the war. We'll say
Yeah.
George fought the war. Shaka
He
didn't
called him
fight. Shaka fought the
Georgie.
war. Yeah.
King
No,
Georgie.
what Shaka Zulu did needs to be replicated now because there needs to be a leader that galvanizes and gets over the quote unquote ethnic group, similar to what he was trying to do.
What about the great Mahdi of Sudan? He
Who?
fought the British, right? Well, you know what I'm talking about, Asar. The one, Mahdi.
Oh, the Mahdi. Yeah.
The Mahdi,
Oh,
sorry.
you talking about the Mahdi?
Yeah, he did. Didn't he do a damage to the British?
It was a lot. It was multiple. Like when you go read the primary documents, it was multiple people that multiple groups that sustained victories in battles.
Yes.
A lot of battles.
Okay.
They just couldn't sustain the war.
Okay. The homie was
It
one of
was
them.
common.
The homies.
Why
Yeah.
are you guys aren't saying anything about Ethiopia, who right now is still recorded as not being colonialized because it has
Right.
been defended by Haile Selassie and Menelik with battles like Battle of Adawa and all these things?
Adwa.
Thank you very much for the correction. Adwa, yes, sir.
Yeah, but we forgot about Somaliland too. Somali was for a long time rulers of that whole for vast amounts of area. They had vassals in Sabian countries. Somaliland was deep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So
Them
the
is not our
Europeans
people
have
though.
been being defeated
No, it
by,
depends on which
especially
ones.
by,
You got the Kushites and the pre-Kushite Somalian Bantus. It's a lot of different or Nile Valley indigenous Nilettes. The ones that's the
Not
the ones that came
the
back on
Cushitic
the
ones are not
migration.
our people.
Yeah, the ones that came back on the migration are our people, but second generation, like outside of the continents.
Because the populations on the Horn had a lot of influx from Yemenis and Oman. But they've been going back and forth for 1,000 years. But even culturally, the Horn is different. It's not totally different from quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa, but it's different. They have a lot of similarities to quote unquote Semitic culture more than we do.
You're right, just because just like when you look at Swahili language, you got two ways to say God: the indigenous people Mungu, and then the Arabs Allah. It's in Kiswahili
Mulungu,
language.
right?
No,
Yeah.
Mungu. No, Mungu.
Mungu.
Mungu. Mungu. And then Zulu is Muntu and Unkulu, or how Asar was pronouncing earlier. Unkulu.
In my country, we still use Mulungu for even Jesus.
Mulungu.
Right?
Okay, I seen that. I looked it up. Yeah.
But we use that like for Christian religion as well.
That's good because you notice how I would like to hear an African word that's an indigenous word used as the supreme deity instead of every indigenous using an outside foreign language, calling it Allah. Like in Kiswahili, that was a trade language. So the indigenous who was saying Mungu would deal with the outsiders, the Arabs who would say Allah, but they both recognized it as the supreme deity. And they traded as such. It was business.
Yeah,
Did you ever hear Jomo Kenyatta? Jomo Kenyatta said when British came to my country, they had the Bible. They had all of us hold hands and pray and shut our eyes.
Sir.
And when we opened our eyes, we had the Bible and they had the land.
They had the land.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep. But I'll say this though, you can't blame the Bible for like evil people what they do. You know?
Yeah, I get it.
They were gonna do that anyway.
Yes, you can, because evil people created the Bible.
No, don't
I would,
say that.
I would argue you can because they wrote the Bible.
It is true. That's what I'm saying. They created the Bible for that purpose.
Look, I would argue that you can blame the Bible because they wrote the Bible in a particular way that they can use it in a way that was evil. So yeah, I would say you can blame it.
We need to stop with the misinformation.
You can't blame a book.
On top of
You
that,
can't blame a book for people. Like you can't blame a gun.
People are creating the book though. That's the thing. If I write a book of conquest and I go and people that come after me and use it to actualize it, then it's on them too.
But if we look at whatever religions or traditions you guys are looking at, so you guys are talking about African spirituality. Let's talk about it. You feel me? Because you guys act like It's
okay.
all
Let's
over
talk about it with one caveat. You gotta stick to.
So first,
spirituality comes from the word
Hold on,
breath.
let
I
him
gotta
finish,
tell
bro.
you.
Let him
So when he
finish.
say, no, wait, because when he's okay, well, when he says spirituality,
Easy Band was just talking, Rakufu.
Yeah, let dude finish.
Because Easy Band brought it up though. Nepal.
But
He
you gotta
said
let him
you guys
finish
are.
it first.
Yeah, let him
Yeah, but
finish.
just know you telling us to stop breathing. You telling us
We know what he's going.
spirituality.
He's going to bring up human sacrifices and all that. We know that
But
already.
can he
But let him
talk
get it
now?
off though.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Go
saying.
ahead,
Let
go
him
ahead.
talk.
Yeah,
And
so
then you can come in.
yeah, so if we even look at African history, you see that it's war. We're warring against each other. You guys were just talking about Shaka Zulu. This guy, you know, displaced. I don't know how many. I'm probably in my country right now because of him. What he did, you know, like real talk. So if we look at African spirituality and all these things you guys talk about, there's a lot of negativity there, bro. But it's almost like you just want to point the finger at the Bible and say, oh, the Bible is evil, or the people that wrote it so that they could enslave people, which is nonsense, fam. If we just keep it objective, let's look at what the historians say. It wasn't written by the Romans. You know, this was written by Jewish people, man. You know, so if we talk about
By
African spirituality,
Israelites, you mean, right?
yeah, Israelites. My bad, not Jewish, but you know, Jews. You
Oh, wait a minute, not Jews, but
Yeah, I don't know where nobody
It's
brought
not
anything up about any
Jews.
Romans. I don't know where he's getting that from.
Not
That's a
Jewish.
non
Yeah,
sequitur.
nobody said that.
Nobody brought anything up about no Romans.
If you want to be technical, the Jews
So
made the
he said,
manacles that brought us over here in slavery. They made
let me break it
Farrakhan
down.
But
released a
let's
book
get
about
back
it.
to what his point before we go to the Romans and everything. So I absolutely agree. You could use any writing against a person. You could use what happened with Kemet, how the Canaanites were oppressed and made a vassal servant nation. You could use that and say, well, look what the Kemetic did. The Kemetic people did. So we have the right to go do this to this people. So I agree. The book is being blamed because evil people use the book.
Right.
But the evil people constructed the book.
Yeah,
The
but
book is
also
evil
That's
in
not
itself
true.
at the core.
That's
Well,
not true.
so is Kemet evil?
I
No, but
wouldn't
that's
say
not
I
that.
mean
also true. The
that
Father knows
in
best.
order to substantiate, if I were to answer yes or no, that would be subjective. You would have to look at the contents of the culture. Then you have to make that assessment. When I look at the contents of quote unquote Jewish culture, in my opinion, is evil.
Because
I would
the
just
word
say, I would answer it by just simply saying yes.
Cam
Kemet,
outside never get off the
Kemet
scaffold.
is also evil.
Yep.
If it's a
Sana,
God
you
in
know what
Kemet, there's a
Wait,
devil in
no, I
Kemet.
can't say facts of that. I thought you were talking about the
Right.
Jews.
If
African
there's a
Wait,
God
wait,
in
wait,
Kemet,
one mic.
It's not a like for like comparison.
if there's a God in Kemet and they
Yep.
worship the gods and deities, there's also a devil. So it's also evil. You
No,
got a
that's
lot
not
of
true.
wicked and evil things in Kemet.
Word.
Yes, you do.
Nah,
Word.
you can't automatically say just because a deity is present that it's automatically
Brother,
a devil. That's
you
not
don't get
true.
what I'm saying. I've been saying for the longest that we are God, that we are devil. That's who we are. We are the gods. We are the devils. We have a higher self and a lower self. And every nation have that.
Yep.
You have the ability to be evil and you have the ability to be righteous.
Right.
We all have that.
If that makes sense, it does.
No, that's
then
facts.
wait, hold
That's
up.
not what we're
I
saying
agree.
though.
If that makes sense what he said, and it totally does, then we can be our God and our devil in our cultural way, and we fight against those gods and devils that don't like our culture.
Yeah, but it's not a like for like comparison though. You're comparing a codified book of somebody's culture compared to somebody's actual dynamic culture that's not static, that's not contained within a book. So you can't categorically compare the two. Because the thing about the Bible can't change because it's purported to be the word of God. Kemetic culture and African culture can change based upon our needs and what we see fit to. It's dynamic. It's not the same. You can't do that.
That doesn't negate that it's still a religion. You know,
But again, whatever you want to say, if we decide tomorrow that human sacrifice should no longer be practiced because it's not constructive, we can do that, and we can still practice our culture. It's that simple. In the Bible, whatever's in there, you gotta adhere to it because it's the quote unquote word of God.
You guys
And I just searched it real quick. I just searched it real quick too. There is no equivalent of what a devil is in Kemet. So just to let you know.
Well,
say that. What you mean by that? Elaborate, Kim Nutter.
You guys have priests, you have divination, you have rituals. You have
elaborate, Kim Nutter.
Hold on, let me.
You know,
Let me show you.
Stop with this holier than thou.
There's a crocodile.
Well, there is
it is. It's not the same dynamic.
Even I
If you
know
look
that.
at the pivotal message from the Bible, it is love your neighbor as you love yourself. And matter of fact, love your enemy. Now that
Yeah,
one
that is
command
true.
right there, that one command right there would end all wars. It would mean world peace. Everybody would get along. There'll be nobody starving if we just followed that one command.
Is that old?
And
That's the problem with your book, though. It's contradictory.
Not commanded. Listen,
Right,
it's not.
right. I was just
Listen,
thinking
what
that, man.
what African
Trying to be
spiritual
quiet.
system said love your enemy? I want to hear from
Exactly.
somebody.
Boom.
I mean,
The question is, was that Old Testament or New Testament?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm
New
gonna ask you
Testament.
again. I'm gonna
The
ask
New
you again.
Testament.
Listen. That's New Testament, but it's the Bible. So
Right.
No, but all of y'all don't agree. The Hebrews
what?
on the
No.
panel
Anyway, you
Nah,
can't
but
get
they-
around it. It doesn't matter if we agree. He made a
Okay.
great point. What
Okay.
African spiritual system you can explicitly pull out where it says, no matter what they do to you, keep on loving them. Love your enemy.
That command would be stupid. But this is my thing. Y'all don't understand. Y'all try to make the equivalent. Y'all try to make this equal sign when the equal sign doesn't exist. They're not the same. Like the way quote unquote African spirituality operates is not the same as Abrahamic religions. You're not gonna find any codified unless you're talking. You can do the Odu Ifa, and in order to bring out the Odu Ifa, you would have to be a Yanifa or a Babalawo. So anybody that can't speak Yoruba, you wouldn't even be able to substantiate nothing I'm saying anyway.
Because you have
And their God, the Hebrew God, says he hates people.
Wait.
Your God don't even follow that statement about
You
love
and
your
I'll
enemy.
let you speak.
He
There's
hates his
okay,
enemy.
guys.
One
We can't
mic.
even hear you guys when you're talking. So let's do this. He just spoke. I don't know if he's finished, and then let's go around the panel. You said what you are you finished, Ngolo? Because I
I lost my train of thought because he interrupted me. Somebody else can go.
Well, let me remind you what you said.
Hey,
You
yo,
said that's
hold on.
stupid and What?
Everybody hold on for a minute. Nepal is up here doing her work. Is anybody gonna give her a cash app? Anybody gonna donate?
Oh my gosh.
This is
I
work.
donated earlier.
Come on, man. Everybody want to do this for free. Is anybody gonna donate?
I know
Like
I'm
you
okay.
donate on other channels?
Okay.
I'm getting tired of it, man. Y'all
thank
gotta
you, Sonny.
support.
All right, Sonetter, thank you so much, honey.
I want to hear answer. I want to hear answer.
No, I don't want to put people on the spot like that.
I want to put them on the spot.
Well, honey, do you put them on the spot like that when you do your shows, baby?
Ask Suntan. Ask Suntan if I do.
Ask
Rakufu.
The doors of the church are open, man. Donate.
Ask Rakufu if I do.
I believe you,
Sure
Sonetter,
do.
but I don't want to make this into like forcing people to donate to me.
You're not forcing nobody.
Nope.
Exactly. There you
$10,
go.
I wouldn't be up here all night.
$2
I wouldn't be up here for no 3 hours, and ain't nobody supporting. That's me.
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't do it.
I
That's
know,
why I ended my
Sonetter.
show earlier.
Thank you, honey. I love you, and we're gonna do this a little bit more. I appreciate you coming in, having my back always. And we're
Can
not
we
even
ask
he's not even
Senator a
actually
question?
talking to the
He's
regulars.
gone.
Listen, who's gone? Oh, Senator.
Hey,
Okay,
Nepal,
he's
why
not
don't you
talking
just
to
put
the.
your app out there, Nepal? Your cash.
No, I just send the cash up to him.
What you want to
I'll
ask
get it.
me, bro, my man?
Oh yes, the peace and blessings, my general senator.
Peace, brother.
Listening to the topic, would you say that? And I'm just trying to get myself in some trouble. All right. Would you
Yeah, I
call
know
yourself
you
a
are
pagan
about to mess
senator?
the whole stream up.
No.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
No.
I'm
This is
joking.
my
I'm
elder.
joking. I'm
This is my
joking. Go
elder.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's it. I don't want to know. So, would you call yourself a pagan senator?
Yes, according to the scriptures, we are pagans.
Right.
It's just the title. That's all it is.
Yeah, from
It's
the
just
old
the
country.
title.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
From
I
the
would,
old country.
I would say Sonetta a pagan because he has his own, just like the true pagans, they have a real thought of a religion and a real
Yes.
thought of what they think that they did to should be, or what they think their life should and salvation is. So Sonetta has his own thoughts. He may not believe the way monotheism, Jesus, and all this.
Notice I
He
said
did
according
believe
to
in
the Bible.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what
I
I'm
would
saying.
be.
So that would be
But I
pagan.
don't subscribe to the Bible. So
Right.
I don't call
Right.
myself that.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
And the
But
Bible,
according
the
to-
Bible made their own definition of the original definition of it. It only
Well, the
means old
Bible
country.
didn't.
The Bible didn't do nothing. Men did it.
Man who read the Bible did. I mean, enforced
Actually,
the Bible.
outside of it, the Romans started calling the people pagans. But let's
But
get
that was-
back
yeah.
to. I'm
That
sorry.
was for a
excuse me.
reason. Remember, Nepal? That was because they were just saying the people that live in the countryside are pagan. They didn't
In
make
the
it a
hills.
distinction of lower or higher. Yeah, they just said those people over there, they're pagans. They're far away from us. We're in the city.
Right, that's right. And so I wanted to get back to speaking of Christianity. We were saying easy again. I'm going to go back to what Easy Band said, and our brother Ngolo came in and he said that's stupid.
Yeah.
And you know what? I appreciate your perspective. To a lot of people, that would be silly to say, forgive your enemy. But we were talking. Remember we brought up Buddhism, and we're talking about a higher understanding of being evolved from getting revenge. Being evolved from an eye for an eye. So Christianity does teach that, and it may get to a point where it's not so stupid, because if we do percentages, if you're just dealing with your neighbor and then they do something to you and you forgive them, you're the first person to forgive them. You could build a great relationship off that. How many of you have had?
I like that.
Yeah, well, how
Yes,
many?
ma'am.
I know I have. I've had people who hated me and I hated them, and now we're very good friends.
So your percentages, Nepal, your percentages, when you say that, the more percentage, even though that's taught there, let's look at from that inception of that teaching to right now. Christianity has caused Nagasaki, heroes, nations that claim to be Christian, everyday church followers.
That's not true.
Yes, American.
Come on,
I
man.
guarantee if you do a percentage on the people that went to war and dropped them bombs and fought them people in Japan, 90% were Christian Americans.
Had nothing to do with
Not because you
Christianity.
call
Let me get
yourself
this real quick.
something means that that's what you are.
Excuse me,
though.
my
That's
friend.
what I'm saying. The teachings don't work.
Okay, one second. Black to Egypt.
No.
Thank you for the $20 super chat. The Bible lied on Kemet. Thank you so much. And let's get to my brother, Amun Ra. I see Amun Ra McCarthy and his beautiful wife in the picture. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Great work, Nepal. Also, your Cash App is not accepting right now. I know. So could you just, if you want to Cash App me, Amun Ra, you could send it to Sonnetter. I appreciate you, brother. Anything you send. We have a lot of regulars who always support. So when Sonnetter addresses people, he's definitely not addressing the ones who, if you know, you know what I'm saying? So thank you. Peace to the people who donate. And so now back to the thing you said, Rakufu, you ain't gonna slip by with that.
All right, go ahead.
That had nothing to do with Christianity. Nagasaki had nothing to do with Christianity.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I get that. I get that.
Can I just
Nepal. was
expound
only
real
saying
quick
it in
because when I
contrast.
spoke
I was
about
only
the
saying, wait,
devil,
one second. I was only saying that in contrast to the
I'm gonna
point
let
that
after you speak, Rakufu, I'm gonna let I think that's Kim Netter.
Kim
say
Netter.
the
Yeah,
name?
that's Kim Netter.
Go ahead,
Yep.
go ahead, Rakufu. and
Okay,
then Kim
all I
Netter.
want to say in contrast, in the enlightened age, that the majority of that teaching was absorbed by the ones, predominantly the ones, which if you was to do a, like you say, percentage wise, I guarantee it'd be over 70% was raised and Christianized. So it didn't work overall. It worked for maybe the other 30% who didn't do it, but the majority of them with that teaching did horrific stuff with it.
But that's not the point, brother. The
That
point
is.
is the teaching. No. So once again, you're conflating two things. You're conflating what people do versus what the teaching tells them to do.
Okay.
You get it? So the
I get
teaching
it.
is telling you to forgive your enemies. You know?
Okay, I'm gonna look that up in Kemet because I think Akhenaten did that before him. But go ahead.
Yeah. So the teaching is telling you, like, yo, forgive your enemies. You know, love your enemies as you love yourself. You know, and
Yes,
if people decide to get corrupted by power and then go and start bombing their enemies, that's on them. You can't point your finger at the teaching. You get me?
Oh, you're right. I get it.
That command itself, bro. Think about it. What's happening, you know, with black on black violence and stuff like that? If somebody is offended because what the other guy did to his family, so he goes ahead and has revenge, and then it just keeps on going from generation to generation, bro. So when is it gonna? When are we gonna dead that, man?
Well, it says Akhenaten taught love all. You're mostly right. Akhenaten, the Pharaoh of Egypt, taught before the Abrahamic faith, love all.
He didn't teach love your enemy, though.
All
Yeah,
enemy, not
I'll
enemy,
respond to that,
anything.
but the brother needs
Go,
to, because he was supposed to go next. The brother Nettle.
yeah, go ahead. My
Kim
bad.
Netter, yeah, thank you. And then you can go and go. Thank you. Go ahead,
Okay,
Kim
because I
Netter.
wanted to say Rakufu asked me to expound on that when I said there is no equivalent to what the devil is in the Kemetic history. It is not, because I asked right here and it said there is no devil in ancient Kemet in the sense of a Christian or Islamic sense, right? It said Kemet did not have a single evil being who opposes the creator or rules a hell realm. Now
Wow.
Valley, it says the Now Valley view was built based on balance, not a battle between a god and a fallen spirit that was evil. And then it said instead, Kemet spoke about forces of order and balance versus forces of chaos. That's it.
What about Set?
He was
And
once the
isn't there
ruler.
a deity that they have, like when you die, you have to go to the crocodile kind
It's
of? I
not
can't
that. It's
remember
not
his
a
name.
devil. It's not the same thing
No,
at
he
all.
talking about
Yeah,
Apep.
Ahmed. Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Ahmed isn't that, but I would say Set is an adversary, and also a pep. That's that serpent snake
Yeah.
thing that attacks them. That's
It,
an adversary of the gods.
it's not a like for like thing with the devil though. It's not the principle or the deity is not 100% evil at 100% of the time, and it's not created to necessarily to destroy humanity and be an adversarial force of humanity. It's just to represent a principle. It's not the same
Oh
thing
well.
as a devil
So,
being.
And
so
Well,
let's
also,
Satan
it's
wasn't originally to destroy mankind. The story in the
Yeah, I'm aware
Bible
of that.
either.
But
so
I'm
Yeah.
aware of that. But what it became after it was quote unquote kicked out of heaven, it became an entity to represent evil, to be
so
evil. Christians actually believe that a devil is real, and it actually literally affects people's actions. Like, come on, but I wanted to retort to the sentiment of love your enemy. The world does not operate like that. Anybody that's telling somebody else, I would say from a male standpoint, for females and women and girls, that's okay to do. Like you can espouse the love your enemy stuff. As a man, if you going around telling other men to love your enemy, you are doing your community a disservice. Us loving our enemy has got us in a predicament that we are in today. We are at the bottom of every socioeconomic ladder. We're at the bottom militaristically. Loving your enemy is going to make you subservient and a slave. So if you keep telling your children
common
that
sense.
they are going to be subservient and they're going to be slaves, but I'll listen.
My
What
So,
brother,
about the
the
so what
Crips
is
Bible
it?
versus
tells
the
you, do
Bloods?
not
What about
conform to
Crips
this
and
world.
Bloods?
What he's doing is
Exactly.
he's
No,
conforming
What
but
to this
about Crips
world.
and Bloods?
Crips and
Give
Bloods
me
are
one
white
second. Give me
supremacists.
1 second. Give me 1 second. No, they're not. We're not
Yes,
going to
they
go
are.
deep. Like, okay, I'm saying I get your opinion on that, but on the surface and what's going on when a Crip kills a black man, they don't even know each other. And this talk about forgive your enemy, they don't even know each other, and they're destroying each other. So if they understood the concept is forgiveness of your brother at the
Yeah.
core, and then with us, because we're self-destruct, but with us, we're self-destructive. We forgive everybody but ourselves.
Yeah,
So,
but
The Bible, can I
yeah,
please
go
say
ahead.
something here,
Wait,
brother?
wait. Revelation.
that wouldn't be being our enemy though. Not if
Ngolo,
a crib of blood.
Ngolo, can you do me a favor? I'm gonna let Revelation go, and you can go right. Nobody cut Ngolo off. Let him come in right after Revelation because he was trying to get in, and then you
Okay.
respond to me and to him, please, Ngolo. Go ahead,
And can I go
Revelation.
after all y'all?
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead, Revelation.
Yes, sir. Okay, yes. And I love you guys. I gotta go to church in the morning with my mom, so I'm gonna have to jump
Oh,
off after this.
Thank
But
you.
the
That's
brother
fine.
said that the world doesn't function in such a way, and he's like 100% right. But that's why the Bible tells you don't conform to this world and don't be like this world. Now, if this world is telling you kill your enemies, and the
Yep.
Bible is telling you forgive your enemies, I really can't see why you would say that the book is bad or that the book encourages people to do wicked things when the book is specifically telling you don't don't even hate your enemy. This is what the book is saying. So like I said, you're right, the world doesn't run like that, but I really don't think that if you follow that command that you're doing a disservice to your fellow man. Instead of telling him, well, you should kill your enemy, isn't that more doing a disservice because we're here to protect and preserve life, and now you're telling him to take life? So, that's just my little take on it. But I don't think that you should try to conform to this world as much as the world doesn't run like that. That doesn't mean that the book is wrong for saying what it says. But that's just
Don't
my
go
little take
nowhere.
on it.
Don't go nowhere, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I got something to say to you. Go ahead, Angola.
Yeah, that in my opinion, brother, that's all nonsense. Again, I understand where you're coming from because you literally believe in that stuff. You think that if you follow the tenets of that book, then your soul will meet your deity after you die. In my opinion, that's all nonsense. These books are created to make the populations be predictable. To some people that actually believe it, the people that construct and formulate things like this are really trying to be in control of people. So again,
Okay, allow me to respond. Go ahead, sir.
if you adopt the mindset of love your enemy, let your enemy do whatever you want to do whatever they want to you, and show them love, you are doing your community, your family, and your future progeny a disservice. The world will never
I hear
operate
you.
in a way that people are going to let somebody smack them and you turn the other cheek and try to be their friend. No, if you smack me, I'm smacking your whole family. That's how it is. It is what it is, bro. That's how the world
I hear
operates, and
you.
that's how
And
I
your
would operate.
mindset. Okay, when you, I just want to respond because your mindset is the problem in the world today. And let me just explain what I'm saying. The Bible tells you something like harsh words in Proverbs. Harsh words stir up anger, but soft answer will turn away wrath. Now you're saying that I believe, but there's nothing to believe when I know what I know. This is stuff that I tried. If I speak to you right now harshly, me and you could end up in a really heated conversation on Sanity TV for everyone to see. But if I maintain, me speaking softly, then I can probably have you listen to me. We can understand each other and we can have a respectable discourse. So it's not about believing in anything. It's about knowing the principle of the book, trying it for yourself, realizing that it works, and having the proof. That's basically what it is. There's nothing to believe. It's written, you try it, and you see if it works or not. And I'm telling you it works. So, I mean, I understand what you believe because you probably didn't try anything or you just don't like the book or whatever. But I'm telling you, there's people that try these stuff, it works. And my brother, the most I can say, you should try it as well. That's basically
Brother,
it.
Now, wait a minute. Can we go?
Oh yeah, my bad. Go cool, brother.
Okay.
Cool, my bad.
No, Nepal next. Nepal was next.
I still want to
You're
come
next,
in too,
Rakufu, and
Okay,
then
let me get this in
I
because I
think
want to.
N'Golo wants to respond.
Okay,
and
because
then
I
I'll
did
come
Angola.
behind N'Golo. Then
Okay, so don't go nowhere. Revelation, because I wanted to read this to you.
Let me come after you, Ken
Before I
Nugget.
read this, I want to ask you this though, because you say you going to church with mom. I know you dearly love mom. If God forbid someone disrespected or did something awful to her in your presence, you're gonna sit there and say, "I love you, brother. Come on and do the same thing to me." That's not rational. Okay, so you can miss me with that philosophy because I know what's going on. But I'm gonna say this right here.
You're going to let me answer you, right?
Yeah, after you cut my head off 5 times with the machete, hold up though. Let me finish this. I know you're gonna kill me, well, or whoever was doing that. But here, watch this. So I want to read it. It says, "Is Jesus and Christianity the first and only religion that taught to love thy neighbor and love thy enemy as well? All throughout ancient times, no one else has asked." Short answer: no. Jesus and Christianity were not
The
the
way you
first.
asked it, that's crazy.
Well,
Why
I
would you ask
had
it
to
like
get.
that?
I wanted to get to the meat of it. It says not the only tradition in antiquity to teach love of neighbor and even love of enemy. And then it goes
I didn't
on to
say
talk
that.
about Kemet Buddhism. But go ahead, y'all.
Does it show it explicitly
Yeah,
in any
yeah.
tenets, like any commandments, any writings? No,
It
it
says the
doesn't. I
Kemetic
get
moral
it.
system.
So,
It says the
He
Kemetic
said,
moral
he said
system.
Akhenaten said that, but I don't see nothing. I was looking for it. I don't
No,
see
I
that.
know. I
No
got it right here. It
African
says ancient
system is
Egypt.
saying.
Yeah, I got it right here. It
Look,
says.
it's not saying forgive your brother 7 times 77 times.
Well, it might say 50 times 57. That's
But
60.
again, you're not these.
You can't
Show
say
us.
It's
until you
not
let me
based
say it
on
out
hold
loud.
on.
and
Can
I'm
we
not
keep the
even
order?
knocking it. Let me just clarify this, and I'll pass the
Yeah,
mic
can we keep the
to Kim
order too
Netter.
so people can go?
Kim Netter, give me 1 second. Yes, you're going to get the mic after this. It's not even a diss on the African spiritual system, because what coming from plain so-called devil's advocate, I can see where N'Golo's like, no, I can't just keep on. Actually, Torah is more like that, like eye for an eye. No, I'm not going to keep forgiving. So I'm not even saying it's a negative thing, but if we're talking about forgiveness and an advanced type of spirituality, which is selfless, Christianity, because you were saying the book was used for evil. So take it back to the topic. If the book is used so much for evil, and the book is evil itself, which it's used for evil, but I'm saying it's not evil because the tenets of the book say forgive, love, no matter what. If somebody does you wrong, forgive. So you'd be hard pressed to find that in anything. Even in Torah, you can't find that. So Christianity is, for me, advanced as far as love and peace above any other spiritual system that we know of besides Buddhism. Kim Netter, and I know y'all want to respond, and you can, but I'm gonna hand the mic to Kim Netter first. Go ahead, Kim
All
Netter.
right, and just to clear up with the Seth being like equal to the devil, I researched that too. It says Seth is not a devil. Even in the periods where he was portrayed negatively, Kemet did not divide the universe into good God versus evil devil. Instead, it works in terms of balance versus imbalance, order versus chaos. It says Set is a complex envelopment force of not an embodiment of pure evil. And then if you want to get to the closest thing that we would have in Kemet that would be like that, it would be Apep. And then it said Apep is still not even the devil. It's cosmic chaos and creation. It is not a moral temple. It is a representation of collapse of order, not a spiritual evil. So that's just to clear that up.
Yeah, let me get in here real quickly and let you know. Seth is a deceiver in a lot of those stories. The devil is a deceiver. It literally means deceiver. So those are the similarities. Seth is an adversary. Maybe it doesn't say he's going around to the whole world and doing stuff, but Seth is an adversary in a lot of the narrative, a lot of the story. Seth is he also worshipped and seen as good sometimes? Yes, but for the most part, he's doing things to Asar and Het Heru. We got what's her name? You call her Aset, running from him, hiding, trying to get away from him.
But wouldn't you say that's a little different than like what the devil would be?
It's a lot different.
It's not a little different. It's not a little different because, hey, let me tell you why it's not a little different. I'm trying to get this out. Yeah, the stories are very different, the stories, but the basic part is there is a nemesis, and there's a person who's the enemy, the adversary in the story, and that is Set. There's a person, an entity that is an adversary in the story with the biblical narrative, and that is Satan.
Okay, now this is why I wanted to say, is it not a little different? To be honest,
let me just get this right here. In Torah, there's in the Torah, there's no satanic figure. Even in the garden, it's not a. It says the serpent. There's no satanic figure that is trying to destroy all mankind. It is the Most High sending spirits out. Like even when you hear Satan went to Job in the book of Job, Satan went to God, and God was like, "Yeah, go do this through me, Satan." So God is the only power in the Old Testament doing the evil. So get what I'm saying? It's not until we, of course, as a religion, started forming this whole Satan is trying to get us, and Satan's gonna trick us so we'll be in hell, which is basically super religious and Christian. There isn't even a hell in there's Sheol in the Torah, but there's not even like a hell that you go to. So you get what I'm saying? It evolved into that.
No,
imagine if we had Kemet, it would be like if Kemet was the main religion, you know what I'm saying, of today instead of Abrahamic, we'd be calling Set Satan today.
Now I can agree with. Hold on. Let me respond. I can agree with some of it, right? And I'm not making the claim that the devil was that. Somebody brought it to the floor and tried to equivalate it or make it equal to what we have in Kemet. So I'm just defending that. But what I would say is a little different is because in the Bible it says that the devil opposed the creator, basically, right, against the actual creator. In Kemet, I don't see Set opposing the actual creator. It might be people.
Does it say in the Bible that Satan opposed the creator? I want to see that because I would like to examine that.
Okay, but I'll say from what I hear then, right? Let me say it like that. From what I hear,
I want to see where it says Satan opposed the creator.
Not why he was kicked out of heaven or fell to earth?
I don't. That scripture you're discussing, or those scriptures, it doesn't say that Satan opposed the Creator. It may say that they left their first estate where they were supposed to do. They started sleeping with the human women. If you're talking about that.
Okay. Well, I could
That's a
be
different
wrong on that,
conversation.
but the reason why I was just want to say it's a little different if that was not the case then, because that's why I was saying that, because in
Yeah,
that
I hear
sense
you.
you don't get set going against the actual creator, but people that would be considered its peers, like the other forces.
But isn't Asar a god? Isn't
Not
he like one of the
his
netters?
creator though. See,
He is,
No, but
and he's also one of the
regardless,
creators as well. But
yeah, regardless of him being his creator, he goes against Asar, right?
yeah, so when he's doing that, they're talking about their human form. But when we talk about the text, you just go to the text. So it says, we can go right to Ankh Shisham. It says, serve your nature that he may guard you. Serve your brothers that you may have good repute. Serve a wise man that he may serve you. Serve him who serves you. Serve any man that you may find profit. Serve your father and mother that you may go and prosper. And that made it into your Bible. Examine every matter that you may understand it. Be gentle and patient, then your heart will be beautiful. It is in maturity that instruction succeeds. So this is the actual text of what comes from Kemet. Now, when it comes to Set
I was waiting
and
for to hear the one where it says forgive your enemies. I didn't hear that at all. Did anybody? I didn't hear them say forgive your enemies.
Nope.
Forgiving enemies is not something that was big in Kemet, but they did
Right.
forgive enemies, and you can see their
Of course.
enemies in pictures with Lady Dawit. You can see some of the bad enemies after they got their hands cut off, still doing service, and in
You
fact,
know what?
you you have people like Paheka Amen, who was Semitic, who came over and ended up being close to the king, and he was put in charge of building several constructions. So you have Paheka Amen, you have Yehuda, who I've shown on this show before, who had a Nimitz headdress on. He was a Hikakasut, and he was a king of the Hikakasut. And you'll notice something, right? The Hikakasut take their names from a Pep and Set, and they eventually are likened to the Hebrews later on. So eventually, the people who are worshipers in the Bible come from the line of Set. He's called the replacement
Right.
in the Bible. And you'll notice those same sentiments. Now, I will give you this. Set does not, or Set does a lot of bad things in ancient Kemet. And this is at a time. Now, remember, there's a real war that takes place between the worshippers of Set and the worshippers of Asar and the worshippers of Heru. The Heru and Asar clans jump the Setians after the Setians try to exterminate the Asarian clan. This is where the mythos thrives from that real battle. So when that takes place, they start to demonize Set, who used to be a good Netcher, and they worship him in Egypt as well as in we'll call it Nubia in Egypt right now, and in Nubia.
I've seen that. Yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah. So which is why it's called Taseti, land of Set. Finally, a Pep in one of the stories, as he surrounds Asar, who is now in the Amduwa initially, and you'll find him as a big snake when you go to the Amduwa. He talks to Asar. They have a conversation. He says, I'll be here alone. I'll be this, I'll be that. He says, just as I was in the beginning, you will be with me in the end. And as I have expanded everything, I will eventually bring it back to a singularity, basically, in the discussion, almost like the big crunch in science. So he's telling him, as and then you'll see him kind of in the infinity symbol. That's another story. But anyway, so a pep is supposedly the protagonist. We have spells against the pep. Set, we have one against him, but he's just a chaos figure. This is why he's also used in slaying a pep on Ra's boat, and part of the prayer is with Set in it, so that he can give you strength. He's a force of chaos. And those chaotic forces sometimes are used, which is different than within Christianity. Or according to Marcion, as we read, eventually chaos made its way into the book, and he didn't like that. So you have that with Yah and El, the battle between those two. But at the end of the day, you'll find all the things that come to be the foundation of other spiritual systems right there in ancient Africa.
Can I ask Asar a question? Asar?
Yes, sir.
Would you say in idea, yeah, it's beautiful to love your enemy. Same way in idea, it's beautiful not to eat the little lamb or the dove or any type of chicken or meat or living creature or even vegetables, because they live and they have a life. And just to be all these concepts don't work in real life though. If you don't eat, you'll die.
Right. And it gives credence to certain things, right? So it didn't say that you love your enemy per se, but it says it says serve him who serves you, serve any man that you may find profit. So if you can find profit in a person's words and his well-being and his, serve that person. Be a hymnetra to that person. Be courteous with that. That's a friend. So
And
any
if he
man
comes in
has
your
that.
house and tries to kill your people, what do you do, Asar? If he comes and he's attacking your child, what do? You love him?
He gotta go. He gotta get
The
finished.
Bible doesn't tell you to love people attacking your children. But it does say love your enemy. And I get it. I appreciate this entire conversation because Kemet is a prototype to a lot. And I've even taught that. So I'm not disputing. Kemet isn't on trial here. It's the Bible that y'all were talking about. Remember, y'all were saying the Bible is evil. And the brother Easy brought up a great point that basically it aligns with Kemet, right? In a very explicit state, it says, "Hey, love your enemies." So how again? I'm gonna bring it back to the original statement. How can it be an evil book if it's saying love your enemies? How can it be an evil book?
The book contradicts itself, though.
For the record, I never said the Bible was evil.
I know Rakufu. I'm talking in Golo mostly.
The book contradicts itself. And even
that.
in the tenets, in my opinion, the tenets of love your enemy, that to me that's nonsense, and to me that's evil. Loving your enemy is evil to me.
Jim Jones.
So in response to that, I'll tell you that's worked in my own life. Hold on. First off, I'm a father. I got kids, right? If I didn't say love my enemy and just forgive my enemies, I wouldn't be sitting here right now taking care of my kids. You feel me? So that's exactly what we need. You know, this world right here, I don't know why you're in love with it. I don't know why you want to keep on progressing in a dead end.
It depends on the
brother. See, this exactly is the problem that I have with Abrahamic religions and spookism religions in itself, bro. There's no, you believe in the high and the by, and that's the problem. This is all we can substantiate. This realm that we live in right now is all that we can substantiate. So if you're not trying to progress in that realm, you're doing yourself, your family, and your future progeny a disservice.
I believe in
forgiveness. Well, we're not just this realm. Excuse me, I'm gonna hand it to you, Easy Bands. Brother, you're speaking from your concept and your life and your perception, but there is beyond you. I mean, now I'd love the conversation of consciousness. You're talking from your consciousness. He is on a different. He's in a different consciousness right now. We're collective right now here on a surface way because we're having a conversation and we can stay pretty much on the topic. But for you to say I can only look in this realm, which I think you're saying the natural world, that's
the
just
material
your
world is the only one that we can prove.
And that is an atheistic perspective.
Yeah,
which
I can go with it.
someone, and a lot of people would say, no, they don't have to be Abrahamic. I'll go to a Sar. I'll go to Kim Netter. They say, no. Rakufu, I don't just go with the material that I can, that's in my little box, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So
I see what you're saying. I'm talking about from a functional level. From a function, we can philosophize about what exists outside of our realm, but to go into to espouse notions and mores that are going to lead people to forgive their enemy and don't focus on sustenance within this realm that you actually have to live in real time, that you're doing yourself a disservice and your family a disservice. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I get what you're saying too. And Easy Band, let me ask Easy Band the question. Easy Band. In moderation, like the Masons teach, I want to say Suntan's up here. Suntan, no, in Detroit, we got the biggest Mason temple on planet Earth. Fact. Masons have parables and teachings that stand the test of time. One is this: what is the greatest thing for a human's body or must sustain? Water. But too much water can drown you. So everything must be done in moderation.
Right.
You can't love your enemy to the point you'll let him kill your whole family. You can't be an extreme lovers.
Right.
You shouldn't love your enemy at all because your enemy is trying to destroy you.
I can't even get to the bomb quick enough. I'm frozen. Go ahead. I'm dropping a bomb for you. Let me go out and come back.
That was it, man. That was it.
Nepal, I got a question for you real quick. If you was to leave.
Hold on.
Yeah, I had to try to get something. Yeah, but go ahead. I got you, Rakufu. Don't worry. What do you want to ask me before I go?
I just had a little pushback where you were saying you wanted to see where basically the devil kind of went directly against the creator, right? I asked to see if there was anywhere in there, and it said it's explained as self-exaltation, right? And it said let me go down to find it. It say Isaiah 14, 13.
And Isaiah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Isaiah 14, 13 through 14. It say, you say in your heart, I will ascend to heaven. I will sit on the mount of assembly. I will make myself like the Most High. Would that not be considered like an action directly against the creator?
Yeah, I could see that. I would see that. I was thinking when I was saying that to you, you could use that in Isaiah, but then that still goes back to what I was saying about it's not explicitly against mankind as the adversary. It is more like Set going against Asar, and you have which I say that's the Elohim. I don't say that is actually like, I guess we could say Satan, but Satan is one of the original entities that were supposed to be good. Yes, you're right. It goes against God, but not against mankind so much, but he's also against mankind. So I can give you that. Yeah, definitely.
I can accept that. And I can also say that I can't say that the Bible in total is evil, but I will still say that there is some passages in there that I will say is evil.
Oh yeah. Let me go out and come back. And I agree with you on that. But I was making the point of that you could do that with any writing.
True.
You could.
True.
Yeah. So Rakufu. I'm gonna go out and come back in because I got you. I owe you a bomb. But go ahead and Golo. I know you want to respond to that. I think. Let me come back.
Yeah.
All right. No, I didn't want to respond to that because
he asked me the question. So Rakufu.
Yes, sir.
So basically, you basically asked that, or you said that you should take that command and take it with moderation, right? That's your point.
Yeah. Like you got kids. You said, and then your kids. A person, you see him playing outside, and one kid set your kid up to fall off the thing. Forgiveness. You don't go over there and smack the kid up, or you feel me? Like you show but you let him chest like, man, that's not right. You guys don't play like that. But if it get extreme, sometimes you can't just go with the night. You gotta. So things should be done in moderation in situations.
So what I'm saying is basically that we have a command, right? That would fix all problems that we have on earth. We always ask, how do we fix what's going on? The black community, we're always asking, hey, how do we fix what's going on in our own community? There's all this black on black violence. And we all know the answer. The answer is for us to forgive each other, bro.
Yeah.
That's it.
I get it.
And if you can love your people, hold on.
Everybody's not going to do that, man.
Hold on.
Let me quickly get back to real quickly. Sorry, Rakufu.
Yes.
What did you say? What did you say before I left? Repeat what you said.
I said that everything is in moderation, although we know water is the greatest thing the human body can obtain besides air. Too much of it will drown you.
And so
we should do correlating to, I was correlating that to the Bible verse about love. We can't be extremists. We have to do things in moderation and wisdom.
Right.
My
we
thing.
have to have that balance.
Well, yeah, and
but my thing is,
good job. Okay, go ahead.
All right, but my thing is, it's a command that's telling us, hey, look, love your enemies as you love yourself, right? I don't see why you keep on trying to fight that. It's just a simple command that if we all follow that command right now, it would be world peace. It would be an end to hunger. There would be no essays. There would be none of that.
I don't mean
You know what? I can agree with you if everybody did do that, but you got the enemies that's not loving us, and we be always forgiving them, but then they come and slap you again. It's like,
let me tell you how Africa
good point,
would
right? KM Netter, that's a good point, right? But what happens if we all start to act that way? So look,
but that ain't
we civilize this world. We civilize this world.
No, he asked the question. What would happen? We would be slaughtered.
We civilize this world, right?
You'll be enslaved again.
We civilize, we civilize this world by having law and
Let him get the statement out, and then we'll go to.
I've been quiet a long time.
No, I said that we're gonna go to you, Suntan, after you finish.
Okay, all right, I'm fine.
You're good.
We civilize. So we civilize this world where our women can walk to the store, without getting raided by a group of, men. We civilize this world by having law and order, right? Before that, it was chaos. And what you guys are asking for is chaos. What that verse is talking about is law and order. If we have love for one another, it will be no beef, no war, no hunger, none of that stuff, bro.
I agree, but on the other hand, the people that's being oppressed is always the people that's being loving and keep extending their hand, and they keep chopping them off.
Okay, thank you, Kim Net. I'm going to let Elder Suntan come in, and we have Sekou coming in, and this is a great build. I'm going. Oh, who fell off? Who fell off? Kim
Nutter. That was Kim Nutter.
All right, go ahead, Suntan.
And this real quick, so I can let Sekou or whoever everybody wants.
And I'm going to let everybody say their final words.
I want to say this to Easy Band. Easy Band, and I'm not being facetious. I love your spirit, and I think you a nice individual, but I have to get even comical with you, man, because what you're saying, I won't say this to what you are saying, which is the Bible and love everybody, because if I slap you 10 times and you keep forgiving me and I'm evil, I'm going to slap you 10 more and just going to slap you up. So I'm going to tell you like this. If, like you said, if the world would do like that commandment said, it'd be a better place. Yep. But I got to say this to you. If was a fifth, we'll all be drunk.
Be drunk.
And I'm not being facetious. So,
but you are.
You can move. I dropped the mic.
But you are, because you
Thank
understand.
Easy Bands. Yeah, let me say this. I'm going to get to Sekou right after I make this statement. I promise I won't take long.
Yeah, go take long as you like.
This is the thing. This is the thing about the Bible doesn't say just be a fool. It says don't cast your pearls to the swine also.
Right.
So
drop
says,
a bomb, somebody. Drop a bomb.
Thank you.
We'll drop a bomb for myself. Sekou, come on in. And,
thank you,
peace and blessing. Peace to everybody.
Yeah, this is a great
brother.
What's up, brother?
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Happy New Year.
Your brother Suntan.
Hey, Suntan. Peace and blessing.
Peace to you, my brother.
Yeah, peace to everybody on the panel. I just want to add my own 2 cents to this discussion.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't go as far as say that the Bible is an evil book, even though I don't believe in the Bible and I'm Team Kemet. But what I would say is that forgive your enemy. You have to look at it from another perspective, because if you look at it from the perspective of, it's asking you to be forgiven, to be righteous, but look at it from another perspective where it is trying to tell the victim to forgive the aggressor. So it is condoning evil. It's telling the slave to forgive the slave master, because a slave, your enemy is the slave master. is asking the rape victim to forgive the rapist, because for the rape victim, the enemy is the rapist. So we are asking, what book is this that is asking the victim to forgive the aggressor? So it's a book of a conqueror. It's a manual for people who want to conquer a people. So this is the manifesto, or not of righteousness, but of conquest. This is what I'm going to say.
Amen. And did you hear the root word of conquer? Con. They want to con you.
Thank you for adding that. I'd be remiss if I didn't add that there is a lot of revenge going on in the book too, y'all. Come on. Like we could go in circles, just like Sonnetter does very well. He turns it into a whole dance. But you know, there's some eye for an eye, and then in Christianity, yes, like Sekou and like Ngolo said, it's madness, where they say, okay, forgive your enemy. However, that's why we need balance. We need to know, who do we forgive? Because I'm going to let you know that I've been really upset with our country. I'm talking about United States. Why are we letting people do the most heinous crimes and then putting them in jail and prison to live, just have great lives? So yeah, I get that part where forgiveness should be, we have to use the right judgment. Who do we forgive? Do we forgive the one who does the most extreme crime, like harming people, innocent people? Or do we forgive the brother that's, next door to you? You guys your family's been feuding forever and you don't even know why you're fighting.
Right.
You're dumping garbage in his backyard and you're letting your dog pee on his brand new petunias, and then you say, wait a minute, why are we doing this?
Hey, Napot, can you ask the
and I wanted to add something on the issue of evil, very quickly, if I may.
Go ahead.
The difference, I think, in African spirituality and Kemet, there is no absolute evil being. Definitely evil does exist, but the way Islam or Christianity presented Satan as an absolute evil being, there is no good in him. Anything evil, he's responsible. He's an absolute evil, and God is his opposite. God is absolutely good. So when you look at the Quran, for example, I know we are not discussing Quran, but it's an Abrahamic religion. So Satan is challenging God. Allah creates human being, and he asks all the angels to bow to man because man is perfectly created. And Satan tells God, I can't bow because you created this guy in front of me. How are you asking me to bow down to him? I'm not doing it. And he challenges God in heaven, and God throw him down and say, okay, you have challenged me, so now you'll be cast away. He become an absolute evil being, and he and God have a negotiation, and he tells God, okay, because of this guy you throw me out, I will lead him astray and make sure he goes to hell with me. And God said, well, that's left with you. Whoever follow you, then they will go with you. So he and God have a challenge. And there's a challenge going on. We are just being victims in the middle of two guys fighting. Now, if you look at the Bible, it is not explicitly stated like that, but in Bible commentaries and exegesis, the same story is suggested. Even though the Bible doesn't put it that way, but many Christian doctrine are not necessarily in the Bible verbatim, but they are from Bible commentaries. And they tell you that Bible commentary is what built Christianity. It's not even Bible itself. It is the commentary from scholars. That's what built Christianity. And most of the commentaries say that he was cast down from heaven because he challenged God. And he's an absolute evil being and he's cursed. So Seth is not seen like that. Like the brother was trying to say, he's forces of chaos. We find out the same thing in the Yoruba tradition. You have Eshu. He's a force of chaos. But he's not an absolute evil being. Sometimes we even need him when we need some chaos to fight away certain type of evil. So I'm going to say the difference is absolute evil doesn't exist. That's why I will never say the Bible is an absolutely evil book. That would be also a contradiction of my spirituality. Bible contains some good. It contains a lot of bad stuff, but we think that a lot of the bad stuff outweigh the good. That's how I would put it.
Let me just respond.
Let me ask you, brother, Suntan and
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Let me just
respond.
respond.
Go ahead.
One mic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just
Okay, Easy
respond to
Man,
some of
you
the things
going?
he
Okay,
said.
go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, he made the claim that Christianity is the religion of a conqueror or something like that. He said, and
No, he didn't.
that's just
He
false.
never
Right?
said that. He never said that.
Said that.
All right, Sekou, didn't you say that the people that created Christianity is the conqueror? Is for the
No,
conqueror?
I never said that. I said the idea of forgiving the enemy it sounds like the manifesto of a conqueror, because you are asking the victim to forgive the aggressor.
Okay. Now the problem with that is that the people that were pushing that theology were actually not conquerors. They were actually the ones getting killed for that. For several hundreds of years, they were getting.
And what's your point?
So my point is that doesn't even make sense, because he's talking about that theology or philosophy was being pushed by those who basically want to conquer other people. But in reality, the people that were pushing that message were the ones being persecuted for hundreds of years.
Yeah, before Rome took it over is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
Did Christians use it to oppress people for hundreds of years too?
I mean, but the people that actually created the religion were being persecuted, brother.
Did Christians use it to oppress people for hundreds of years?
People use anything. People will use anything to oppress people.
Did the church ask the Congolese after millions of them died to forgive?
So hold on. So hold on. Where does the Bible say for the Pope or whoever you're talking about to go to the Congolese and take over their land?
That is not the point. The point is where they asked to forgive their enemies.
We're talking about the Bible.
It says Jesus.
Right? So
where they asked to forgive their enemies.
We're talking about the theology, right? That's one of the things that were asked.
The theology is to forgive their enemy. The enemy of the Congo people were the church in Belgium, and they were asked to forgive.
So were the people from Belgium, were they following the Bible?
That's not my. That's you to answer.
Yeah,
that's not me.
With the Bible.
I'm asking you, bro.
Leopold not only came
that
with
is
the
not
Bible.
For me to answer. For me, my issue is where they asked to forgive in the name of the Bible.
Yeah.
Yes, they were. But also, let me ask you this: the people that were asking them to forgive in the name of the Bible, were those people following the Bible?
That is for you to answer. It is not for me.
That's my point. That's my point to you: is that you
no, those people were Ifa.
So hold on.
They didn't want the Bible. They don't have the Bible now.
Why didn't they talk about Budwei's book? Why didn't they use any other book but the Bible?
Not point to the Bible and say that the people that made this Bible made it for the reasons of conquest. The people that made the Bible.
If they said that, then they'd be giving away they plot, man.
The people that canonized the modern Bible used it for conquest.
Yeah. Do you think evil people come to your house and tell you that they are evil?
Right.
No.
So
they have a version called the Slave Bible, right?
Let's let brother. We have Elder Yara aka Black Sage on the panel. I think he wants to weigh in before we close out.
Okay, real quick, Nepal. Let me get this out to
sure. Okay, Rakufu,
okay,
if you want to.
All right, this the last
Black Sage.
Okay, so Easy Man, my thing is to you, is violence a form of love?
Yes,
absolutely, it is.
Only in the bedroom.
Thank you, Black Sage. Because I was asking Easy Man that because you know how you take your kid, he's walking up to touch a hot stove that could burn his hand. You may slap his hand. That little violence is going to help him better than burning his hand. So that was out of love. You slapped his hand, right?
I wasn't thinking of children. I was thinking of a grown man needing to get his butt whipped.
We're not talking about child abuse. But let me.
You're right, Rakufu.
But let me say this: peace and blessings to you, Sister Nepal. This has been a great show.
This is a great show.
And to Easy Bands and the rest of you pagans on the panel. Let me say this. Let's talk about the doctrine of discovery and really what it was, right? Sekou, right? Because this is eventually what you're trying to argue with our good brother Easy Bands, right? The doctrine of discovery does not come from the biblical text. There's no teaching in the Bible that supports the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery, which is what you're referring to and what you're trying to villainize, and I'm not a Christian, but I agree with Easy Bands and what he's saying. What you're trying to villainize Christianity is through the doctrine of discovery did not come through Christianity. It came through conquest of a group of people
who first had to find some way to combat the Arabic slave trade.
Yep.
Which is what you guys never open your mouths and talk about, which lasted longer than the transatlantic slave trade or any other long-standing issue of or occurrence of slavery in history. And it's still occurring today, right? The Arabic slave trade, which we know, right, only stood as long as it could stand because of Islam. Right? Which many of your ancestors and your grandparents and your grandmas, I'm talking to you folks over there who talk about you don't like Christianity over there from your African ancestors, y'all were involved in the Arabic slave trade, right? So you guys less often talk about that than you try to do Christianity. When you go with this false notion that there was no Christianity in Africa or any parts of West Africa before they got to the Americas, that's a lie and that's false.
Who said
Because
that?
listen, I'm not talking to
Man,
you.
nobody said
Talking to
that.
I'm not
you.
talking.
Yeah,
Hold
this is a
on. I'm not
You
talking
like
to.
non-sequitur.
your
I'm not
red
talking to
herring,
anyone.
man.
I'm not talking to any one of you pagans right now. Let me finish my statement before you jump
There you
in.
go. There you go. There
So
you
let me.
go.
So
It's
so
a
so
straw man, though.
so no
Okay,
no
now
no.
you
Let
have
me
to
tell you what.
stop. You call up pagan. Now you have to
Let me
wait.
tell you what a straw man is. A straw man. A straw
That's what
man
you
is.
just did.
A straw man is when you interrupt me before I finish my point because
No,
you
it's
don't know
not
what
what
my
straw
point.
man is.
A straw man. I'm telling
Straw
you is a
man is
straw.
when you
Listen.
create a fake
Straw
version
Stay
of
man.
my
cool.
argument.
I'm not. I haven't finished my point for you
Real
to
quick,
even
let me say this. I'm gonna
say
put
anything.
Yara. Let me
But you
let you know.
Yes.
created a fake version of my argument.
I didn't
Seku,
listen. Let me finish
Yeah.
my point because you
everybody,
don't
one
know.
second.
One
Give me
mic.
1
One
second.
mic.
Hello. No, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to get that out, the rest of that out,
Okay,
Yara,
great.
and then we're gonna go to get 60 seconds and back and forth. Let's do that. I don't
Okay,
care. Go
great.
ahead,
No
30
problem.
seconds.
Yeah, before you start hollering straw man, you weak pagan minded people, my point is
No ad
this.
hominem.
I can ad hom you until the
Okay,
cows come
I'm
home.
done. Thank you. I got
My
this.
point,
I don't want you to
my
get it.
point
I don't want
is,
you to catch a stray.
hey, listen, we've determined it's been already determined on this panel that we're all pagans, right? I think we all agree with
That's
that
Nope.
right.
to some point,
Absolutely.
right?
No, I'm not no
Okay,
pagan.
so yes, you are.
Keep going, Yara. You got your
So
10.
yeah, okay. So my point is that when we try to vilify religions over what humanity does to each other, you can't hold a religion against what an actual person does, right? Because you have many people who hide under the auspice of a particular religion who don't even practice that particular religion, only but to benefit from it.
You trying
So
shots at me or
Is
what?
he done
no,
now?
I'm not.
I'm just joking.
No,
Party
I'm not.
part,
I'm not.
and then we're gonna get to Seku.
Yeah,
Party.
I'm just saying. I'm landing my plane on that. Now that's it. I'm just landing my plane right there.
Thank you. Okay, let's get to the brother Seku. Come
My
on
time
in.
is up.
It's
Yeah.
not.
First of all, you just come in the middle of discussion and bring up things that we didn't even say, making the claim that we are trying to cover Muslim. Nobody's doing that. Nobody even talk about a Muslim didn't do slavery. I don't know where you came up with all of that. The idea of no one even discussed the issue of this doctrine of discovery. That was not a topic at all. But in case you want to know, the doctrine of discovery, it comes from the Papa's Bull. The Papa's Bull is a church document by the Pope who said that the land of infidel must be captured. Whether he got it from heaven, he got it from under the sky, he didn't get it from the Bible. He's an authority of the Christian church. And he says he's taking people's land. It's like the Muslim terrorists today. Other Muslims say they are not Muslims or they don't follow the Quran, but they say Allahu Akbar when they cut people's neck off. Where did they get it from? It's like the terrorists. You are telling me the Al Qaeda, they are not Muslims because other Muslims denounce them, so they are not Muslim. This is the hypocrisy that people continue to do. If you take wine and you become drunk and you say that, oh, it's not the wine, it is the man who did it. Well, the man is under influence of something. And we got to discuss that thing. What influence were they under when they created the Papa's Bull document of discovery? It was the church. It was Christianity they were under. Muslims did the same. So the entire Abrahamic religion it inspired these people to commit evil. Now they want to separate that evil from the Abrahamic document. So I'm asking you now, if the Abrahamic document could not make them better people, saying why is the use of the Abrahamic religion? If it couldn't make them better people, if it couldn't make them righteous, then what is the use of the religion?
Yara?
Thank you. I appreciate that. See, this is what I mean about when people hear and don't hear. And this is what y'all often call the flim flam. And for those of y'all who woo-hooing on here like a wrestler or something, he absolutely was talking about the papal bull. He absolutely was talking about the doctrine of discovery. That's what his argument is based on, whether he says it or not. This is the lack of intelligence that I'm talking about when y'all not listening to people when they talking to y'all and they spitting in your face and telling you it's raining. What I'm saying to you is that when he talk about what is the appropriate use of the Abrahamic faith, guess what, brother? You wouldn't be here talking on this panel if it wasn't for an Abrahamic faith that rescued you from whatever state of slavery you would have been in, especially the ones that you call, if you call yourself an atheist, if you don't carry a religion.
Charlie,
hey, look, my battery is going
It's
out.
no
Y'all, peace
atheism.
to everybody. I'm out.
Hey,
I'm in a blackout over here. Peace.
Peace
All right.
out. Peace out to you, Kufu.
All right.
And send me a link, Kufu. I'm gonna help you upgrade your chat GPT. But let's talk about what you just said about the Abrahamic faith that you always like to put on trial. How many seconds do I got, Sister Nepal?
You got about 20 more seconds. Thank you.
Okay. So when you talk about when you always try to indict the Abrahamic faith, name me out of all three of the Abrahamic faiths that you know, Judaism, Christianity, or what's the other one, or Islam. Name me which one that you yourself have been able to move the way that you able to move with what you so-called you believe is your human rights. It hasn't been in the Islamic state.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And now, Sekou, you have the mic.
So I really don't know why he said that. He just mixed things together. I never defended Islam, not defending Islam is part of the Abrahamic faith. He said the freedom that I enjoy extends to Abrahamic faith. What an insult to the great people of Haiti who rose up midnight in the name of the ancestor and defeated the French, defeated the Christians, and declared freedom using our ancestral spirituality. What an insult to say that it is in the name of Abrahamic religion that I'm free. It was Abrahamic religious people who started the enslavement of humanity from the African continent, starting from the Arabs and to the Muslims. What an insult to the ancestors who stood and fought without Abrahamic. What an insult to Sunjata Keita when he established the Mali Empire and formed the Kurukan Fuga, the 44 law that built the Mali Empire, which rejected enslavement and slavery. Without religion, without Islam, the first human right document written in Mali Empire, without religion, without Islam. Are you educated, brother, or you are saying things because you want to talk?
Bite that pagan head off.
All right, are you done? Can I speak now? Nepal, can I go back?
Yeah,
Can I respond to him? Okay, so let me say this to you, Sekou. This is what I mean about you still uneducated. You just asked me the question. If you actually understood and read the Haitian Revolution and deal with Brother Toussaint, guess what? Who were they praying to? Answer my question. Huh?
Olodumare.
So watch this. No, whoever said that, watch your mouth because you're wrong. So let me tell you this, brother. You are. So let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, brother. If you study the Haitian Revolution, you will understand and know that they have a connection, that their priests even have a connection to the Levites.
Oh my God!
Now,
He
see,
going
this
to
is why.
pseudo stuff,
Here
man.
come the
See,
hibbity
this is why. Hello, this is their history.
No,
This
it
is
is
their
not their
history.
history.
Hold
It's not
on.
their history.
This is their history, and anybody who says that they're not and you haven't studied it, you're an ignorant buffoon. Because I have the sources, and I'll come back here and I'll show you, and I'll shove it down your freaking throats.
Beat it.
All somebody has to do right now is Google
This is what I
book.
mean, though.
All you got to do right now is
This is
Google
what I mean
bookmarks.
about when you don't actually understand. When you don't actually understand real history.
Yeah, whatever.
So let's talk about
your pseudo
When you don't
accounts.
understand, no, it's not. It's not. See, this is what I'm saying. Now you want to say, hold on. If you want to say what pseudo is, Pseudo is when you talk about something you actually have no idea what I just spoke about.
So
You trying to connect anybody in Haiti to
I'm not
anything in
trying to
Levant?
connect it. I just told you it's their history.
let me just read something right quick. Yara, let me just read
Go
something.
ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
And this will be the closeout, my friends. I mean, this is great. I just need to end the stream. And
Can
Sunshine,
somebody?
I didn't
Sorry,
take your
Queen.
wrench.
Okay, can we all say our piece after
Can
this so we
somebody
just go
read?
around one last
Can
time?
somebody read the prayer of Bookman Duty?
Hold on, brother.
Right, that's what I was
Hold on,
about to say.
let's hear what Sekou said. What did you say, Sekou?
Can somebody read the prayer of Bookman Duty on the night of the revolution?
Before they went out there in the war. I'm gonna leave that to you while I go into
Easy
something
Bands
else.
read what he's gonna say first.
So Toussaint Louverture, that's his name, right? Toussaint Louverture?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the revolution's most prominent leader was a devout Catholic who celebrated Mass daily. He used Catholic structures to establish order, and in his 1801 Constitution declared Catholicism the official religion of the colony.
My children.
So Yara was
Okay,
right.
now then go look at Bookman, look at Dessalines, look at Toya, look at all the
They ain't
people that was
they wasn't
actually
the
in the
only
revolution.
Haitians fighting, bro. Get a grip.
Bro, nobody said that.
But the
Like this is what
leader,
this is
hold
how I
on.
know y'all don't know the history.
The
for real.
leader was praying to the same God that the Catholics
He
was praying
wasn't the
to.
leader. He wasn't the Dessalines was initially the leader, bro. And then
Listen,
it was
bro, listen
Bookman
to
and then
what
it
I'm
was
saying
Toya.
to
There
you.
was no single leader until later on in the revolution. When it first
And
kicked
who
off,
was
there
that?
was no single
And
leader.
who was that?
It wasn't Toussaint.
Who was it then?
It was between three
It was
people.
Toussaint.
It wasn't Toussaint initially, brother.
Bro, it
wasn't.
was I didn't ask you nothing about
Let me go get the
initially.
primary. Let me go
I
get the
didn't ask you
primaries,
nothing about
man.
initially. I
Let me go
said
get
that Toussaint himself, the one who is famed for winning the battle. Y'all didn't win. They wasn't winning the battle. Watch this on your point. Whoever they was praying to initially, that God, they wasn't winning the battle. And they didn't win into the battle until Toussaint prayed to the Catholic God. The same one that Sekou is trying to crap on right now.
Bro, come on, bro.
Shut
What are
your
you
mouth.
talking about?
That's a fact. That's what
No,
I'm
it's
talking
not.
about.
Let me go get the primaries, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's
Let me
looking
go.
at
That's because you just making stuff up, bro.
Those are not my words.
But all
The
you
brother just read it for you.
go.
Why are you arguing with me?
No, what he just read, was a leader was Catholic, and that's why his dumb self went over to
Now listen
France
what you
anyway.
just said. Now you want to crap on the Haitian revolutionary.
Nah, I'm on
Now you want to
Dessalines.
crap on the
I mean, I'm
Haitian
on Toussaint
revolutionary
Louverture.
because you just got proven wrong that he
Nah, I
wasn't
didn't get
praying to
proven
one of your
wrong. I could
pagan
bring
gods.
I'm about to find the primaries right now. What you saying is nonsense.
Nothing to do with what I just said to you.
You have an Abrahamic
Who was
agenda.
Toussaint praying
You have an
to? He was
Abrahamic
praying
agenda.
to an Abrahamic
Okay, y'all, we
deity,
can't
one
hear
of
all
those
of you talking
Abrahamic
at
faiths,
once.
bro.
Right.
We can't hear all of you if you're
That's
going to
all
talk
it
at once.
is, bro.
Why you
Was
been
Toussaint praying to one of them Abrahamic
You
faiths?
guys, everybody, it just sounds like a crowded room of people when we all talk at the same time. So, okay, get the primaries in Golo.
Wait, can we
gonna
just
close
start?
out.
Can we start with
primary.
Sekou since we're gonna close it out?
Can I speak?
Can we start with
Yes,
Sekou since we're
yes.
gonna
This
close
is
it out
what
and
I'm
we
gonna
just go
do.
around?
Friends,
Can I
everybody,
rebuttal? Can I rebuttal?
Sure. Sekou, I'm gonna let you. Can you do the rebuttal, and then I really
Yeah.
want to go around. So make this one count. Go ahead and your
Okay.
last rebuttal and close out.
What we just listened to.
You there?
Sekou might have fell off.
Can you hear me?
I still see it.
I think you removed me. Can you hear me now?
Oh,
No, I didn't remove you. I didn't remove you.
It is like somebody talking about the founder of America, and somebody jumped up and said Obama. That's what he just did. He just quoted somebody who came after the main leader of the revolution and said he's the founder. All you needed to do is to Google Bookman Duty and all the early revolutionary founder, and then come later to the man he just mentioned. You can just jump up to go to the end of the revolution and say, this is the person who formed it. Go to Bookman Duty and find out in the 1700s, okay?
But I was responding
Just
to
go
you.
to
Toya as well, Dessalines as well.
I'm
They was not
coming.
Christian.
You guys
Let him
are
finish. He's not finished. He's not
Let's
finished,
deal
guys.
with the date. Let's deal with
Man, let
it.
him finish
I
so we can
want
understand him.
everybody to Google Bookman Duty 1759 and then Google the person that he mentioned. who died. Bookman Duty, the voodoo priest who formed the revolution, did the revolution, died at the end of it before this guy joined later. These are people who came later. It's like saying Mali Empire, they used Mansa Musa, but Mansa Musa did not form Mali Empire. It was Sunjata Keita. It's the same thing here. Bookman Duty were the one who did the revolution. They were the one with the voodoo priest who initiated the revolution in the forest and convinced the people. Anybody who knows about Haitian revolution knows that it was the voodoo priest who formed it. Nothing Catholic. Nothing absolutely Catholic about it.
And Jean-Jacques Dessalines as well.
Hold on, we're gonna go in order, so because she want to close it. Let's
so
go to
Bookman
Elder.
Duty and the person you mentioned, who come first?
Thank you so much, Kim Netter. Are you finished, Sekou? Or do you
Yeah,
want to?
I want him to give me the date for Bookman Duty and the guy he mentioned.
He's done. Move on. He's done.
Okay. If you don't have that information quite yet, Yara, I'm gonna go around and do the closeout with everybody.
I'm not acquiescing to anything he just said because
no, we need dates.
No, we don't need dates because the Haitian voodoo priests themselves will tell you, and I'll come on this panel tomorrow and do a full presentation just for you, Sekou, and you show up and they'll tell you that they are descendants of the Levites.
Oh,
I
man,
will show you that.
One Levite.
Don't play with me, bro.
Get out of here.
Don't play with me, bro. And you too, Suntan, bring your
that's
AARP
pseudo
ass up here.
nonsense, man.
Hold on. I'm gonna do this. Sekou, are you capable? Do you want to come in and do a show and talk to him about this?
Man, this is common knowledge. Wait
a minute, y'all. I just want to.
I can do a presentation on it, but that Levi thing is already nonsense for me because that sounds like I don't know, like the Hebrew Israelite imaginary
I'm going to
story.
show you their own words.
Yeah, there is no nonsense.
I'm going to show you their own words.
Okay, I'm going to do this. Yara, this is what I'll do, Brother Sekou and everybody. Yara, you can come in and do the presentation tomorrow. We'll set a time.
Yep, I'm gonna let him. I'm gonna give him the book to read and let him read the verses themselves.
Okay, we'll get that
show
going.
him so he can read it himself. Y'all show up tomorrow.
Let me close out.
Okay, got it. I'll talk to you. But yes, you're gonna go right now, Suntan. So we have a show coming up tomorrow. Yara is gonna come in and show us that the Levites are saying that that the Haitians say that
the Haitians. Yeah, I'm gonna show up.
The Haitians said they are Levites.
I'm gonna and while he's up here giggling, everybody up on this panel right now, y'all better come in here and throw a tomato can at this nigga.
He's gonna try to reference Black Jacobin.
That they said they were
I'm not gonna reference nothing, child. I said I got a book of sources.
Okay, now before we gets too far off the rails, I want to say this, Sekou. If we'll do it around this time, maybe 2. We've been up here for 4 hours, so about 6 or 7 prime time. I'm talking about Eastern Standard Time. Is that okay with everybody? Because I'm interested. So just throwing that out there. If you're going to be able to catch it, Sekou. Even if you can't hit the panel, listen, and then you can do a response. You can schedule a response to what he's asserting. So great. All right. Now, Suntan. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Suntan, go ahead and close out.
All right, peace to the panel and peace to my brother Yara. I just want to know why you've been running.
Shut your mouth. Move on.
Why you been running from the paw?
Yara, don't do that to the elder.
Hey, I don't have time for AARP conversations right now. Next.
Yeah, I see you running like the road runner. You supposed to have a debate about both teams practice hard. I don't have nothing to both teams.
I didn't run from the pod. We had a mutual agreement.
We have something coming up, but
okay,
Yara is on.
I've been waiting on you to blow him out.
We're not talking to Yara right now. We're talking to Bad Leroy Brown, baddest man in the whole damn town, badder than an old King Kong, meaner than a junkyard dog. Yeah, y'all didn't know I had that in me, right? All right. So, Yara, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you, Suntan. Are you done? We're gonna move on and let everybody else close.
As long as he ain't running from you, I'm all right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. Let's go to Kim Netter. Close out,
All
please.
right. Peace to the panel, man. It was good to hear from everybody. It's good to hear from you, Nepal. You know you my number two. If you was on Team Kemet, I don't know. I would be fighting myself to where to put you. So
I
I
know.
will
I'm saying
keep
right
it
now.
real.
Thank you. I'm dancing. I'm his number
But
two.
yeah,
He's
so
in the debate ring, right?
absolutely.
Thank you, Kim Nutter. I
Absolutely.
wish I could drop a
So
bomb
so
for you.
look,
Let me
man, you
find
just
one.
keep on busting them heads, man. That's all, man. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, you know what? Thank you. I will drop a bomb for you. Did you hear the bomb, y'all? No?
No.
Okay, moving right along to our brother Ngolo. One of the newest additions. I want to say, Ngolo, you have what it takes. There's a few youngins that come in here. They're not ready. They're coming in with their Big Macs and their Burger King paper crowns on. But Ngolo really can hold his own, and I appreciate him for that. Being a young brother, you could tell he really does do research. So Ngolo, go ahead and close out. Whether I agree with you or you agree with me or not, I appreciate you as a young brother, a young man with the information that you have. Do your closeout, please.
No, thank you. Likewise. I respect your research, especially in regards to scientific things. But
Thank you.
yeah, in regards to what was spoken about today, I didn't really catch the first part of the paganism thing, but just in the conversation we had in regards to Christianity and if it's evil or not, anybody's kid is entitled to believe whatever they want to believe. All I would say is please stop telling your children to love their enemies. Even if the book says it, stop telling your children that, because you're putting them at a disadvantage in real life, because the world doesn't operate like that. And if you send your children into the world with that mindset, they will be fooled. So I'll just close out with that.
Ooh, that sounds okay. He's closing out with the easy bands. I'm gonna let you
Damn.
come in
So
after
forget all the
that and do
African
your closeout.
proverbs, huh?
Man, so yeah, that's what I was exact. Yo, bro, who was reading my mind right now?
Yara.
Who was that? All right.
Yeah.
That was Yara. Go
Look,
ahead, Easy Bands. Thank you
I
for
was just,
joining. Let's hear your closeout.
thank you for
I
having
appreciate
this.
you.
Thank you for having this discussion about this. Amazing job. Amazing.
Thank you. Wow. Thanks for the love to all the brothers and the sisters. Go ahead, brother. We're gonna let Yara coming in tomorrow. So let's try to keep it lit, not leet. Let's keep it lit. Go ahead. Let me stop talking over you. Go ahead.
So just to begin with my closing, I just want to read a Igbo proverb. It says, "He who forgives ends the quarrel." All right. So that's another Ghanaian proverb is, "He who learns teaches, he who forgives rules." So this concept is actually in tune with African spirituality. So the rejection of it to me is very foreign. It's a very foreign kind of attitude to have. And so I'll just close with this. I love the Bible. I love what it teaches. And, the reason I do that is because it has the answers. You know how Kanye was like, yo, you don't got the answer, Sway? The Bible has the answer. And it's that one verse right there. Love yourself as you love your enemies. I mean, love your enemies as you love yourself. Basically, you know what I'm saying? And if we did that, man, it would be no wars. It would be no hunger. It would be peace out there if we could just follow that one rule. I'll close right there. One more thing. As for what Sekou was talking about, I feel that Sekou just has this animosity towards the Bible, and we see that it's a lot of hypocrisy where it comes from. Because if we look at African spirituality, we're gonna find negative things there too, if not even worse. And you won't even find clear-cut commands like you find in the Bible that are 100% positive and righteous. So I'll just land my plane there. I'll be waiting to see what Yara does tomorrow. I'll be here.
Thank you so much, Easy Bands. Let's go to, I think we went to everybody. Oh, nope. Last but not least, the one who started it off. Let's go to our brother Asarim Ka. Thank you for joining and giving that information that you gave about paganism and Kemet. Please do your closeout, my friend.
Absolute pleasure. Some of these guys are just blind to the fact. We got to remind them. So Bible verse, and then it's going to be sacred text and verse. Let's start with Leviticus 25:44 through 46. And this is why you can't be just full-hearted to everything. He full-hearted to the Bible. He wasn't full-hearted to the African, no. Remember that discussion? And this is the brainwashing. This is what I'm talking about. Let's go. It says, You male and female slaves are to come from the nations around. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. For life. One more time. For life. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. Let me tell you what Africa says. We're going to go to Ankh Shashank. What do I want to, verse 21 and 11. We'll read through 12, just a part of 12. It says, do not say the enemy of the God of the nature is alive today. Look to the end. Say good fate at the end of old age. Put your affairs in the hand of the nature. Man does not know the days of his misfortune. Do not entrust your people to one who has not experienced distress. Do not delay to get yourself a tomb in the mountain, blah, 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 blah. Do not do evil to a man and so cause another to do it to you. So the lectures are there, but it's not in stupidity. Do not blind faith anything, is telling you right there. Let's go a little further. It says, do not be discouraged in a matter in which you can ask advice. Happy is the heart of him who has made a judgment before a wise man. Do not be unwise in these matters. A wise master who asks advice, his house stands forever. Disdain ruins a great man. A great crime is what one despises. All right? As long as my brother does not abstain from stealing, I do not abstain from restraining him. Every action has a reaction and a consequence. And when you go full-heartedly into anything, it's going to be a problem. He won't even trust his own African brother to do business, but he going to pick up that Bible and put it in his heart with no questions. That is a foolhardy brother, and I love him. But sometimes you got to be saved from yourself. The African text will do that for you. And Yara is lucky that I don't pull out the other prayer about the Vudan, because in that prayer, if I'm not mistaken, Bookman said directly, he said, throw away the idol of the white man's book. That's what it said in the prayer, and that's what he's going to have to read tomorrow. But there's another prayer where it distinctly goes into the Vudan God that he talks about, and for some reason, his Google button don't work for that one. But we'll be here tomorrow, homie.
Man, take your old dusty ass home, boy, and go to bed.
Yeah, bro. Why you always coming off foul, man?
Because I can do it. Shut your mouth.
Dirty mouth.
Great show. Hey, Angola. Hey, you can reach out to me, man. I got something for you.
Nepal, I sent you a couple links in the back chat. Me and Neil had put together a book on Africa continuum between Kemet and West Africa. If y'all just want to check that out. Also, my comic book, I dropped you the link to my first issue of that as well.
Oh yeah, I want to see the comic book for sure if that's your art right there. And this was a great show. I appreciate Yara coming in. Oh, Asara and Yara go way back. So
yeah, that's my brother. That's my brother.
Peace to everybody here. You sent me a link in the back. Can you email it to me, Kim Netter, at napashada1@gmail?
All right. Just can you drop the email in the chat that way I can copy it real
Let
quick?
me do that right now. Definitely.
This one.
Yeah, 100%. So this was a good show. I'm gonna close it down. Like our brother Rakufu said, sometimes you can have too much of a good thing.
Yep, and on that book of the African Continuum, that's me and Neil Spite work right there.
Oh wow. Okay. Neil Spike does the comic book with you?
No, he doing his own work on the comic book. He got some coming based on the foods that we brought here to America as Africans. He did the okra. I did the black eyed pea. They're gonna be like some coloring books based on how we brought foods to America during the slavery and stuff like that. So we got some other stuff coming too.
That's beautiful. I love that. And so this was great. Get in touch with me in the email. We will see.
I'm
Yara,
still
we'll see
waiting
you
on it in the
tomorrow.
private chat where I sent you the
Oh, I
link
put
to.
it in the main chat. I'm sorry. It's on the screen. Can you see it on the
Okay, hold
screen?
on, hold on. Yeah,
Oh,
if you put it on the screen, then I can go and grab it. You good?
There it is right there, my friend. And look at Dead Blacks coming in under the wire. Peace to you. $10 super chat. Great content, entertaining. I believe that's he meant, but he said content. But it is entertaining. It's edutainment. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Yara, I'm going to get in touch with you, find out what time Sonetta and I will get in touch with you. And that's it.
Okay.
Peace. I
Peace.
appreciate this. This is great.
Great
Beautiful.
show.
Have a great evening. Great,
Peace.
great show to all of you.
African
Peace.
power, Ra.
Peace and blessings.
African
Peace.
power.
And peace to the darkest minds of the light. You know I got to get my little slogan saying in there. Peace.